live. Wow, that's some Elden Ring sound. Alright. I'm ready for the moment.
RD for the... Let's make sure that our audio makes sense. Probably going to need to be turned up, actually.
I got a notification.
Wow.
Woo!
Test.
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 Hello.
Maybe don't
that's a little
sound
too loud.
purposefully annoying.
This is for the early people, you know, the early birds. They're like, we want it to be obnoxious.
I see. Well, I will not.
They're like, please make sounds that are like, because that's what we're here for. That's what we sign up.
That's what.
All right, I'm gonna go tweet about the stream starting real quick. So I'm gonna take this picture that we have for the thumbnail and post it in the tweet. And then I'm gonna start typing things. And while I do that, tell them all about what is happening. Hello.
Well,
hi.
hello, welcome. If you remember from the last stream, I started New Game Plus. In not streaming and playing this game, I've killed Godric and Margit, and a couple other bosses that I missed the first time, like some Knights Cavalry and stuff like that. Right now, I'm gonna go check out Glintstone Smerg, and first off, I'm gonna summon the best summon in the game, which is Black Knife Tish.
Whoa.
She has a special attack that permanently lowers the boss's health bar forever, which is nice. I have a really big sword that can do that too, but it's huge and I have to take off some of my armor to use it.
Alright, so I tweeted it. I've officially stated that I'm going to explain in this live stream the secret to how I've made so many videos so fast and so good. Because people keep asking me, did I sell my soul to the devil?
Did you?
Yes, but I did that in the first place.
Oh, I see.
Long before. In the words of Maynard Keenan, I sold out long before you ever even heard my name. Shit, I fucked up the lyrics. I sold out long before you ever even heard my name. I sold my soul to make a record, dipshit, and then you bought one. That's from Hooker with a Penis, actually.
Oh, very nice. I like that.
It's a song about running into someone who's like an OG Tool fan, and they're like, "You guys sold out, dude. You're sucking up to the man." And they're like, "Buddy, we had to do that, like, to do anything." And I've probably done less selling out than most people. To my chagrin, I should have sold out way harder. I wish I sold out. Selling out would have done a lot of good for me. Sell out with me, oh yeah, sell out with me tonight. The record company's gonna make me lots of money, and everything's gonna be alright. But no, it's fine. I wasn't ready to sell out yet, because I didn't have a strong enough sense of who I was to be able to, like, maintain control in that kind of scenario. And I think I knew that. I think you have to have a really strong sense of identity before you go and try to, like, work in the industry. Someone like Lil Nas X, like, he got involved really young in being like a celebrity, but he has such a clear vision of who he is and what he's trying to say by the time you get to, like, his full-length album, that, like, it feels like he's the one taking advantage of his situation rather than being taken advantage of by his situation, if that makes sense. And, like, that's rare to see, especially with an artist as young as him. Whereas, like, Lil Yachty, opposite case. Totally seemed like he had, no real strong sense of what he was trying to do other than to be, like, a quirky, imaginative, young, fun character. And then, like, just kind of got put wherever they would put him. And it didn't work out well for him because it quickly tarnished his image when he made a bunch of shitty
Did you just
stuff.
say tarnished?
Yes, I did. Tarnished. So did you pick Trixie because of the MLP character? Be honest. Trixie is a happy coincidence that it happens to also be the MLP character, but it was part of why I chose Beatrice as a name, because Trixie is one of the abbreviations of that, but it was more Beatrice from the Golden Witch of Umineko, and then the fact that one of the nicknames of that was Trixie was like, oh, perfect. I can make two references to characters I like at once. But I think Trixie as a name better represents the sort of internet persona that I have, and I think the fact that you can compare it to that MLP character is great. I think it's a great through line for my career as somebody who's started as an MLP YouTuber. Are you still learning Japanese? I am. I have been fucking Duolingo since the last stream we did.
She's been doing it more than I have, so
I didn't even think you'd started yet.
Yeah,
actually.
I've done one lesson.
I bought the family plan and I linked it to you, so that's $10 a month. So every day you don't use it is costs me 30 cents or something. So got to do it every day to get that 30 cents. Although actually it would only be half of that because the other half would be my own, so it'd be like 15 cents a day. Anyways, it doesn't sound impressive enough to be like, oh, I better get on that then. But yeah, I've been doing the Duolingo. I'm at the top of the bronze tier. And I have been all week. So as soon as I hit tomorrow's the end of my 7-day streak, and then I think it will upgrade me to the silver class. I don't know if anybody knows what the fuck I'm talking about or uses Duolingo, but it's an app that helps you learn Japanese. And granted, in the 6 days I've been using it, I have not gotten past anything I didn't already learn in learning 3 years of Japanese at high school. But it's very nice to get a refresher. Even if hearing Japanese is very natural to me as somebody who watches a lot of anime, the way that it just inundates you with words and phrases until you fucking can't possibly not remember them, it gets you thinking more in Japanese, because you look at a number in you look at the number 9 in just drawn like it is in Roman. What would it be considered? It's not a Roman numeral.
What, 9?
Yeah, what do we call our numbers? In what is an English number? How do you clarify that it's not a kanji number? I don't know. When you look at a number drawn the way we draw it and here in the United States, like a 9, and then you see it and you go, Q, in your head, because for the last 6 days, every time you've seen the number 9, you've heard a woman's voice go, Q. And so that's the real way that it teaches you Japanese, is that it's just so insistent that you cannot see the word anymore without hearing it in Japanese in your head.
Real quick, the katana I'm using is called Rivers of Blood, and you can get it from killing Okina, who is, I think he's up here. Yeah, he's at the Church of Repose, so he's at the very end of the game pretty much. But it's worth it. Alright, Vari left. Now let's go say hi.
Alright. I'm gonna start reading the chat. Man of the Jacuzzi. Hello, it's working. And yeah, it does seem to be working. It doesn't seem like we're having any
issues like last
horrible frame rate chugs. Yeah, we were running a slideshow here last time we did a live stream.
A PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah. Masterpiece, hello brilliant people, happy Saturday. Hello.
Happy Saturday. Happy Easter. It's going to be Easter tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Demi Limbia says, Liurnia is so pretty.
It is very pretty.
Liurnia is actually probably my least favorite area in this game, but...
Yeah, I don't like the lake.
The lake is... Mostly, it just bothers me because Dark Souls 3 already did the exact same concept and looked cooler, in my opinion. So, this kind of feels to me like just a lesser version of the swamp area from that game. But I still like it. Cartoon says hello. Goro Majima says, I have a question. Oh, wait, this was the Trixie question. So MLP and ReZero and even some Umineko. Well, it was Umineko, not ReZero. The ReZero, connection... I was watching ReZero at the time that I chose the name, so, I was like, oh, okay, this girl is also a Beatrice, but she's obviously that in reference to Umineko. ReZero makes enough Umineko references that it couldn't possibly not be, a massive influence. So, yeah, I think she's also named after Beatrice the Golden Witch. But that character from ReZero, Season 2, made her fucking completely unlikable, and everyone else in the show. I hated Season 2 of ReZero. That was the hardest thing to watch I think I've ever watched, actually.
Is that the one with the snow lady witch? And she's... God, I don't remember.
She wasn't even a snow lady. She just had white
She just has white hair.
Or whatever,
yeah.
white eyelashes. But, yeah, he would have to, be teleported into the tea party to meet with her.
What?
Remember? He would, he would wake up inside of a green field where there's a witch sitting at a table, and she has tea with the main character. Maybe we didn't watch ReZero Season 2 together. Maybe I only watched it with Nate.
I don't remember this, no.
But, it was fucking miserable. It was so hard to watch. ReZero Season 1 was fine on rewatch for the most part, but... Shade, my brother, Shade, says, so, what's 9 plus 10?
21.
21. I need to get back to learning Spanish, says Goro Majima. Happy Consumerino says, hey, how are you liking the game?
It's great. I love it.
Shade says, everyone know Duolingo? Maybe. Sonic says, oh no, we got super chats coming in. Soba Mask with $2 says, rant about Will and Jada.
Oh my god, why?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm surprised how interesting I find this story. Because I'm not a huge Will Smith fan necessarily, or even have seen much of his movies, even though they're all extremely successful. But most of them I missed out on, except for Wild Wild West and Men in Black back when I was a kid. And of course I've seen an amount of Fresh Prince. I'm trying to think what else I really know Will Smith from. He's been in tons of shit, so he's kind of unavoidable.
Hitch, Hancock,
and his whole persona and
Shark
his whole
Tale.
identity has always been about being the most likable person he conceivably could be. And I remember seeing a documentary about him when I was younger that was talking about the way that he memorized everyone's lines on Fresh Prince, and you could see him mouthing other people's lines and stuff if you pay attention, and just he came across to me as somebody who is absurdly dedicated, way over the top level of trying to be the best that he possibly can at whatever he's doing, in a desperation, and that came through more and more as he's revealed his past and talked about aspects of his why he acted the way he did throughout his career. And I've now seen so many people analyzing this event from so many different angles. Carl from WATP went on a show, I think it's the Drew and Mike show or whatever, that he goes on every so often. Or no, maybe it was on Anthony Cumia's show. This was released on the WATP Patreon. But he was talking about this story where, this woman who was the original mom on Fresh Prince for the first couple seasons, basically got pushed out of the show and kind of out of a career by the way that he handled kind of edging her out of the show, because she was uncomfortable with him and his friends all kind of partying and being very unprofessional on the set, I guess. It's a weird kind of conflicting story where both of them are trying to be very buddy now about everything, but basically it was just revealing of different ways that Will Smith has been a douchebag and also has been very manipulative about how he doesn't want anyone to remember him as having been a douchebag. That he really tries to control the narrative and have excuses for himself, and and really needs to be forgiven culturally, basically. which you can see all of that writ large now in the aftermath of this event, you know. But it's like everything that this has done, that it revealed to lots of people, is stuff that like some of us could see coming and see it as like, oh yeah, this makes perfect fucking sense, you know. Deep Focus Lens did a great video where she went on like a 18-minute like dissection of specifically the acting and the performance of it, because she's like, you know, this isn't staged, but it is a performance. These two are actors and they can't help themselves but to do everything in like, so she really breaks down like what each of them is trying to accomplish and what they do accomplish, like with the way that they handle it. That was really interesting. So I would recommend watching that. And then of course my biggest source of Will Smith perception personally is the YMS After Earth video series. The YMS reviews of After Earth are amazing, and what YMS has always been so great about is that he goes into so much depth researching the production background and interviews and everything like that, and he pulls all these clips of Will and Jaden, and it gives you this amazing sense of their relationship and where they're at as people, and it makes Jaden very sympathetic and also makes Will seem like somebody who is just simmering under the surface with this like unbridled rage. And there's this part where he makes a point about how in the interviews they keep saying that like the home life of the characters in the movie is exactly like their real home life, but in the movie there's like a scene of him like screaming at him like, sit down, like he has this like look on his face like he's almost getting off on like being able to, you know, yell at his son. It's a great breakdown that Adam does of this scene, and it's really funny. But like all of that came soaring forth when he went up and slapped Chris Rock in the face, and I was like, yeah, this is the Will Smith that was in the After Earth video. This is the Will Smith that, and of course most people are more focused on his relationship with Jada and how much of a searing cunt she seems to be, but you know, like, to me, it went even further and deeper back to just like, no, this is exactly who he's always been. She didn't cause this. She's just bringing it out of him and showing it to the world, you know? But, yeah. There you go. That's a rant about Will and Jada. We got another super chat for $10 from Majora Z. Have you read Gash or Zatch Bell? You've referenced it before, but I don't know if you've just seen some of the anime, which diverged entirely from the manga's events, or the whole manga, easily my favorite manga. I have heard many amazing things about the Gash Bell manga, and anime for that matter. I know that a lot of manga fans really don't like that the anime like diverges from it heavily and goes in a totally different direction, I guess. My friend from high school who was a fan of the series loved both. I saw like probably 30 or 40 episodes of it back when it was on Cartoon Network. So that's my full exposure, was like the English dub. I learned about some of the censorship that had happened in there later. The booby song. There's this guy in have you ever heard of Zatch Bell? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've heard of it.
Do you know
through
the picture in your head of
Riley,
what it looks like?
I think. I don't have a picture of it.
There's a guy in this show named Parco Falgore who's supposed to be like this over-the-top Italian lover boy stereotype, and he sings a song that in the English version of the show goes, "Hey, hey, let's dance all day, boing, boing." But the original Japanese is something to the effect of, "Hey, shake them tits, boing, boing."
Very cool.
Yeah. So, you know, that's most of my knowledge of the what exists to the Zatch Bell canon beyond what was in English. I played Mamoto Battle on the GameCube because Shade was the one who was into Zatch Bell, actually. Shade, if you're still in chat, chime in about Zatch Bell, because I believe Shade was the Zatch Bell fan. It wasn't for a very long time. He wasn't like obsessed with it or anything, but you know, we had the GameCube game, we had the card books, though they were very confusing on like how the card game worked. And so I don't really have any memories of actually playing it. But yeah, it was a cute show. Courage and heart cannot be lost and torn apart. Together we will pull each other through. That was the English opening. Oh boy. Goro Majima says, I'm in love with Season 2 of ReZero. I need to watch Season 2 Part 2, else I got more screen time. I just can't... I don't know what you could possibly see in it. I don't understand it. I can't grasp it. Ross DC with 179 in pounds, I think. Thoughts on Fujimoto's Look Back and Goodbye Eri? I have not... I don't even know what you're talking about, unfortunately. Fujimoto's Look Back and Goodbye Eri. Let me look into... Oh, okay, these are other things from the creator of Chainsaw Man. I have not read any of his other work yet. I've only read Chainsaw Man. So, unfortunately, I cannot give you a rant about those things. I've heard that they're very good. I know that they are very steeped in love for cinema, as Shabes, I think, was tweeting about the other day, like tweeting some screen caps from it. But yeah, no, I haven't read it. Sorry. I don't really read a lot of manga, and I've been told that like manga is kind of the zeitgeist now. Like people are trending towards just reading source materials instead of watching anime because, like, you know, when it comes to anime adaptations, yeah, they're usually very limited. And I was thinking about making a video about Witchcraft Works, and because it's an anime that like I vaguely remember seeing the first couple episodes of and it having like some kind of hype when it was new, but then nobody talked about it ever again. So I was like, I'm gonna go check that show back out and see what that was about. And like Witchcraft Works had a 12-episode anime adaptation in like 2015 or 16. The manga just ended 2 months ago and it was like 18 volumes. So like I watched a couple episodes of the anime and I'm like, this is not gonna get anywhere into this story. Like this will give me no perception of what Witchcraft Works is whatsoever. You know, it might be something that would be enjoyable as a show in and of itself, but like the reason no one talks about this show is anybody who gave a fuck would have gone and read the manga and completely fucking forgot the anime existed, probably. So like I understand that perspective on why manga would be a lot more popular, especially for long-running stories. But I've never really been that into long-running stories. I've always loved anime for the fact that it is so easily consumable, that it's a bunch of short shows that, you know, you can just kind of glean something out of and move on. And so I love, you know, covering the 12 episodes and the 24 episodes shows. So something like a Shumatsu no Harem or even a Mushoku Tensei probably won't be as relevant to talk about the anime 5-10 years hence as it will be to talk about the source materials that are, you know, that will outgrow them in popularity, that a lot of the time the anime just exists to promote anyways. But like, you know, so for me, like I guess it makes more sense to fixate more on like anime originals and stuff that like actually ages well for the medium, just because I don't know how many of the you know, those manga and light novel adaptations are going to have longevity when the source materials keep getting more popular. Because, like the comments on the Mushoku Tensei video, similarly, is, like, half the comments are like, oh, yeah, I really was disgusted with the show and didn't like it, or, I kind of liked it, but it was hard to deal with certain elements. And then everybody who's like, this is one of my favorites, is like, yeah, the show's like kind of a pale adaptation of the light novel, which is like one of the greatest things I've ever read in my whole life, you know. So it's like you kind of got to be all in, or like why bother, you know, when it comes to like digging into some of these franchises. Sorry, I don't know anything about Fujimoto's Look Back or Goodbye Eri though. We got $2 from Goro Majima. Thoughts on how witches are sexualized in media?
It's great.
Honestly, I tend to be less interested in the sexy witch aesthetic. I actually think witches are usually used to not sexualize a character in media. Like, usually it's like a reason to put a character in a big black smock and, like, you know, almost no body definition. Obviously, like,
there's one show where there's like a really hot witch who's like a star witch, and her hat's like full of stars, and she's training a different little witch.
Ooh.
It's like a medieval thing.
Majo no Takubin, the one where it was like the silver-haired witch girl, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that nobody's gonna remember that show because it did not take off,
Oh.
and we
It was
didn't
cute.
end up. We liked the first couple episodes, but then it went like really weird after that. Because I remember we watched like 7 or so, or maybe I continued it without you. Yeah, we only watched the first episode or 2 together, and then I had to watch the rest of it the next morning for content, so I marathoned it, and it got really strange. But yeah, the first episode of that show I had been like totally in love with. But that to me is like the iconic example of what witches are right now. Like in culture is like, yeah, it's just like cute, young, studious, smart girls who want to go on an adventure and do spells or whatever. You know, it's much more like Harry Potter influenced than Wiccan, you know, type shit influenced now. Although that element is still alive. I just guess I don't see there being as much sexualized witches as there is non-sexualized witches. So like to me it just seems like, well, yeah, everything has a sexy version, you know, like of course
Halloween
there's hot
has
witch.
to happen.
Exactly. Like of course there's hot witch, there's hot mummy, there's hot everything, you know, but I don't think there's like more like an unnatural amount of hot witches, you know, as compared to maybe even hot nurses. Like not a lot of stories about real nurses, you know, or nurses in any context other than
There
being,
have
like,
been for the last 2 years.
What is that?
Stories about real nurses. They're heroes.
Oh yeah, well, you know, I'm not talking about like articles. I mean like fictional stories. You know?
Oh, sure.
Like TV
well, I
shows.
mean, Nurse Ratched.
Like we had like
Misery.
we had ER and like what's it called? What's that other doctor show? Grey's Anatomy. That's really popular.
And Scrubs.
Scrubs. There weren't really a lot of nurses in Scrubs. That's the thing. I don't
Well,
know how
there
many
were
of those
male
shows are-
nurses.
Were there though? There weren't a lot of. I just don't
Weren't
think there
there?
were a lot of nurses.
I haven't seen Scrubs.
They were mostly. The main character might have been a nurse. Zach Braff. I'm not sure.
Jesus Christ. This
But
fucking VR.
his best friend dude was a surgeon. Anyway, Kira Lu gave $3 and a emoji cat giving a fist bump that says, "How's it going?" It's going pretty good, especially after getting that sweet, sweet super chat. Thank you. Who remembers Scrubs? I used to watch the shit out of Scrubs back in the day. I'm gonna make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Okay, let me get to these in the latest couple. Majora Z with $10 says, one more. Any plans to see Onyx Equinox? Onyx Equinox, the other big Crunchyroll original. I do stuff on Mesoamerica, Aztec, etc., and it's easily the most authentic and best use of those cultures and their symbolism I've seen. You have recommended this to me before, I suspect, because I've read comments from you about the Mesoamerican studies and recommending this show. The only reason I haven't checked it out, actually, is because you are the only person who has recommended it to me or seemingly heard of it at all.
Do they have to give you more money? Is that the problem? They've given you $20.
Oh, well, I mean, I like to watch the show.
Yeah. I
don't-
think $20 is...
I don't do pay me to watch a show type things. But I mean, I could check it out, especially because right now...
What's it called? Onyx
Equinox. It's only one season, so like, you know, if I didn't find it that entertaining, I could always just watch it at 4 times speed and be done in an hour. But
So is it like...
it's
This is going to be a crude comparison. Is it like Percy Jackson, but Aztec stuff? Or is it like stories of the Aztecs as an anime?
I think it's okay. It's the reason that the show is of interest, or that it would be connected to me in any way, is that it's a Crunchyroll original from this, like, the High Guardian, like, not the same team as High Guardian Spice, but it was in the same category of, like, it was the other show they were doing. Like, as you had High Guardian Spice and Onyx Equinox, but Onyx Equinox didn't become a huge meme that everyone clowned on.
Oh.
So it's
That's
nobody...
about to shit. No.
Well, and Majora Z is really into it because of all of its Mesoamerican symbolism and use of stuff that that they as a studier and purveyor of that culture recognize and can comment on. Honestly, I would encourage you probably to do your own analysis of all that if you haven't already, to make a video of it. Just because, like, my content usually is mostly about trying to understand why people like something. Like, that's my sort of approach is, like, I'm trying to figure out what is it about this thing that is interesting or appealing. Like, why would this be popular? Why would this be successful? Or why would I like it, And so, like, in the case of High Guardian Spice, I watched it because it's something that a lot of people are talking about, and the question is, like, why is it so bad? Why is it so hated?
It's not
why
that
is
bad.
it so hateable? And, like, well, that was what I came away with was, well, it's not. It's only hateable and bad because of the misconceptions about what it actually is and the unwillingness to be sort of open to it as an idea, But, like, the only reason that made sense to make a video about is that there was a cultural conversation surrounding it. If it was just some show I watched, there would be no video, especially in that case where I started the cultural conversation around the show to some degree. I won't say I started it, but I helped catalyze it. So, like, as interesting as Onyx Equinox may very well be, and it's possible I could market it in a way that would make it interesting. The other Crunchyroll original that didn't get, hey, remember High Guardian Spice? What about this? There's definitely ways to sell it. Just depends on whether I do end up finding it interesting. But I'll give it a shot since you've been so insistent. I'm always afraid when I only have one person telling me to check something out. Let's see here. I got more of these. Soba Mask with $4.99 says, rant about being aimless in your 20s. I used to watch you in high school when you were in your early 20s, and now I'm in my early 20s and aimless. Lol.
Hey, I'm in my early 20s. I'm not aimless.
I was going to say, are you aimless?
No, I've got aims.
I mean, what you should be aiming for is a lifestyle. Not any specific goal, but, like, what do I want to be doing every day? That's the question. And, like, basically, if there's something you enjoy doing that you think is, like, worth living for, then try to organize your life around your ability to do that. So, like, Bird and I really like going to national parks and going on hikes and going on adventures. And so we want to be able to do that to the highest ability possible. So we want to have a truck that can do off-roading and a trailer that we can take to live in wherever we happen to be, and be able to not have to spend as much time going back to regular society, So, like, on the one hand, if you only have, let's say, time to go to national parks once a month, let's say, God, even then it would be so hard to set aside enough time to travel, like, all the way across the country for one. Like, most people, like, the ability to do something like that is something they're only going to get, like, once every half a year, maybe. And to actually take advantage of, probably once every 5 or 6 years. Maybe even 10. Maybe never. I'd never been to a national park till you took me to one. But after we'd been to a couple, I was like, well, in my mind, there's no reason we shouldn't be living in these. Like, it's just a matter of having the equipment and setup and being ready and knowing how you're going to make money doing it and, like, so when you get something like that aspirational in your head, then everything else in life becomes like, okay, well, how do I get there? Like, what do I have to do to get me from only being able to go to a national park once every 6 months to being able to go there every month or even living there? What steps do I need to take to get me from there to there? And that's how you develop an aim. So, like, the aim that is getting me to create so much content right now is, like, I want to have first of all, our own place, because we're literally living with family right now. It's difficult to even find time to organize. Like, the reason we always live stream during the day is this is when everyone's at work. It's the easiest to, when you are off and everyone else is at work, you meaning Bird.
When I'm not in a mountain.
Yes, when you're not at the mountain doing your mountaineering job, then we have time to live stream. And I would do more solo live streams if I had more times if I could do it at 2 a.m., which is usually when I'm like alone and bored, then like I would totally be streaming streaming Elden Ring like every night, but so being like having our own place would unlock, not only it would just make life easier in a lot of ways, but especially it would just make it even easier to make more money, and I don't have a place to organize all my shit that's just sitting in a shed in storage because there's no space for it at the place I live. So like if we have our own place, I can decompress all that, start selling some of it, which I've been planning to do for like fucking 8 months at this point. Haven't had the ability. So yeah, like those are the kind of aims you should have. Think about what do you like to do and what can you do about your life to optimize your ability to do it. Even if the answer is just like, I want to play video games all fucking day. Like, okay, well, how much does it cost for rent and a good internet connection and each game that you want? Like what rate do games you're interested in come out at? If you just have one game, how much money do you want to spend on that game, And then just try to find a path through life that makes all that possible.
So you should have your goals set out in 3 different ways. I'm not going to give you goals. I'm just going to tell you how you should format your goal system. And that is, you should have goals set that do not have a time frame. They're something that you are pursuing constantly. They are timeless, and that is kind of your purpose. There is also goals in 1 to 5 years. So, set very basic things like right now we want to have a house, a truck, and a trailer. And that is great. I want to own a mountain. And then you should just have stuff in the preceding year. What are you going to do this year that you can do to enhance your goals for 1 to 5 years and forever and ever and ever? Make them smart. We should all be making more money because it's worth less.
Yes. And spending the money smarter. That's another thing. Make sure that you're not just letting money fall through holes in your ship. Because don't
buy a boat.
When I was in my 20s, I was very determined to not have to think about my money. Basically,
you
did
should
not
always
want to
think about your money.
I didn't want to think about it at all. I wanted it to be as vague as possible. So basically, I would just set in my mind all right, as long as I have X amount of money in my bank account at the end of the month, that's all that matters to me. So it would just be a goal of leave 20,000 in there or something like that, And if I started that month with say 25 grand and ended it with 20,000, I was happy. I didn't care how that happened. Whereas a lot of the time, a lot of that money was spent in a really stupid way, but because of the fact that I was just whatever, I'm over the, I haven't crossed this threshold, so it'll be fine. And it's just dumb. I definitely nickel and dime my way out of a shitload of money that I could have held on to.
Just wanted to say hi, and I appreciate your work. That's nice.
I guess it's just really hard to envision the idea that what it would mean to decline in the amount of money that you are making if you basically what I'm trying to say is don't live in a way where you always expect to be making more money next month, because that's the mistake I made.
Oh yeah, you should have money for 6 months of your life saved if you need it.
I lived in a state of expectation of constant escalation, and then at the very moment I made a decision based on that expectation, it changed, and it completely went on a decline, and then that became the next 4 years of my life.
Oh shit, I'm at Renala. I didn't mean to come here. Whoops.
Katsimus with $2 says, just wanted to say hi, and I appreciate your work.
I just read that.
Oh. I didn't know you were reading superchats. Zero Tune Game with $5. Shikimori is not just a cutie. Kind of had a meme of it being a rom-com for guys that like to get pegged. Any other anime you think would fit that idea?
Shout out Jack Murphy.
I don't. What is she? Okay, first of all, I need to look up this show because I need to know what the vibe of that is to know what I'm trying to
is
match.
not just a cutie.
This girl looks badass.
So she's not just a cutie, she also pegs people? Is that the twist? Like,
Is it necessarily for guys who like to get pegged, or just
people who like to get pegged?
anybody who wants a girl that looks like she could rape you? Because that's the vibe I'm getting off of this. Well, Witchcraft Works, which I was just talking about earlier, the conceit of that manga, the main guy is like kind of small, like just like a regular Japanese boy, really, like nothing all that noteworthy. He's very reserved, kind of milquetoast. But the girl that sits next to him is this very tall, very busty, beautiful, incredibly intelligent, like, very quiet girl who all of the girls in school worship. They all think that she is the absolute queen, and they hate the main guy for the fact that she pays attention to him. And he doesn't really know why she's paying attention to him, but it turns out that apparently he is the princess that she has to protect. And she spends a lot of time princess carrying him around, and she's also a badass fire witch, not unlike myself. She's got a cool cape and big hat, and yeah, like the vibe of it is very much like, okay, well, the guy is the girl in the relationship, like that is the point. It's written by a woman, illustrated as well, obviously it's a manga, and yeah, it's pretty good, I think, probably because it just wrapped up with 17 volumes, so it ran for a while.
That's a lot of volumes.
What's another? But yeah, the energy of the girl in that manga is like she just like punches people in the fucking face. Like she takes no shit from anybody. She's a total hard ass. So definitely would definitely peg a man, no question. Revolutionary Girl Utena, obviously any kind of fabulous sexual identity, I think, can categorically be connected. Sarazanmai is like about anal sex, I think, possibly. Same director. But that's not really, it's more on the gay side. It's not really, because pegging would mean it has to be a woman doing it, right?
I don't know. I would think so. Doesn't pegging entail a strap-on?
I think it's when a woman puts on a strap-on and ass fucks a man is pegging. So I would think... Yeah, I'm thinking probably Witchcraft Works is the most close to what you're going for. Teppu, the one about the... It doesn't really have a romantic element. It's just a manga about a badass jujitsu chick. Or maybe she was doing judo. I don't remember. It's really good, though. It's from the same magazine as Witchcraft Works. I just happened to find that out last night. Young Animal. So I'm thinking... No, not... It was Good... No, Good Afternoon? Good something. Maybe it was Good Afternoon is the name of the magazine. So I'm just assuming that magazine is for men who want to be pegged. Let's move on. MNNM with 30, whatever the hell this thing was. We identified this before, right?
I don't know.
Let me look this thing up. This symbol. Israeli shekels, that's right. $10 worth of shekels. Are you less comfortable with lolly/depraved sexual implications than you used to pre-transition? Feels to me like you wouldn't even mention it if you made that Bushoku Tensei video 2 years ago. That is not true. I actually was way more... So, okay. Throughout my YouTube career, I have taken very different approaches to how I handle talking about the sexuality content in shows, basically dependent on who I am expecting my audience to be.
Oh, shit.
So when I was coming off the heels of the My Little Pony stuff, and I first started talking about anime, I was actually being I bitched about the lolly fan service in No Game No Life really hardcore when I came off the heels of My Little Pony, because like that was the atmosphere and crowd that I was in, was like people who were going to see this stuff as problematic, and I looked at it and I kind of saw it as sort of cringy, and I didn't really see the point of it at the time. And then when I came back to No Game No Life, was when I was, dating my ex. I would say that probably that relationship had a lot to do with me just like taking a much more edgy tack and just kind of feeling more empowered to do that, because of the fact that I guess for me, okay, I'm gonna get into kind of what I see as the white knight perspective, right? The type of soy boy, like fuck boy, like type of person. We all know who I'm talking about. You all kind of have a mental idea of like the
Kyle.
a Kyle. You mean like from South Park?
No.
Oh, okay. Just a Kyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tyler. Trevor. Chad.
I don't think there's a name that I know too many people with any given name to ascribe this personality type to one, but it's like okay, I'm trying to like put myself back in time, because there was a period in time where I saw gender as a very large divide. And I think that is a sort of poisonous mindset that a lot of people, there's a lot of people who are poisoned by like, oh, the opposite sex is evil or bad, and a lot of people who are poisoned by the opposite sex is better or somehow holy, or like needs to protection or something like that, and both of them are terrible. And I fell into the latter camp at first because I had this obsession with femininity from a distance as like, I don't know, something apart or exalted, even though like as a kid I had basically. So I remembered something when I was editing my Mushoku Tensei video of Sailor Moon when I was a kid. I was like probably 7 or 8 when that show started being on Cartoon Network on Toonami. And I remember catching like the tail end of it a couple times because it would come on like when I was on my way home from school, so I'd only see the very end. And my mom saw me watching Sailor Moon at some point with interest. Like I obviously was taking an interest in the show. And she started being like, oh, you like Sailor Moon? Oh, you want to look at the cute girls kind of thing, right? And I was like, no. I was like very defensive, And my mom starts singing along to the ending theme. You want to kiss that Sailor Moon? Oh, and I was like really upset at the time. And I did not watch Sailor Moon ever again because of this. And to me, this created a greater and greater distance between me and women. Because every time I showed an interest in anything feminine, it was either treated as you are a girl, which I disagreed with at the time, or it was treated as you are into girls, which I didn't feel at the time. I didn't have any kind of feelings of sexual attraction yet. And even when I got into pornography at a very young age, it wasn't that I felt connected to it in the sense of like, oh, I'm horny from looking at this. It was like, it was exaltation. It was that like these women looked really happy, and that was interesting and a weird sensory kind of feeling, So like, to me, because those relationships were so complicated that I had to sexuality and couldn't really talk about it with people when I was younger, then in my teens, I became interested in lolly and in all that, the more dangerous, I guess, aspects of sexuality as depicted in media, as a means of trying to like reconnect with those emotions I'd experienced when I was younger and try to contextualize and understand them. And so I think there's a ton of power in the media to do that. But it's a question of how much intent is there? How well does it do it? Does it accomplish whatever it's setting out to do? Does it send a good message? Does it say something helpful, you know? And so, like, when I first came back and watched No Game, No Life, then I was just on the face of it like, oh, this is just here so that we can perv on an 11-year-old. What the, you know, why, you know? And then, like, when I came back to it, with the context of the relationship that I was in with someone else who felt the same way I did about, you know, who had a similar upbringing, basically. Like, you know, who also had used anime and lolly and stuff like that as a way to, you know, move past these traumas that they experienced in their youth. And so, like, because of that confidence that I had that, like, okay, this is the take. Like, the take is anime sexuality is good because it helps you to deal with your, you know, your mental hangups or whatever. Then that was, like, I was kind of full bore on the side of, like, all right, all this, I'm not even going to try, like, defending the stuff. It's just about explaining it, you know? And now I'm kind of moved more in the direction of, like, well, okay, people have a problem with this stuff for a reason. Like, it's not just because there's something good that can come of something doesn't mean that it's all good, or that it's good for everyone, or that everyone's gonna understand it, or that there's nothing that's negative about it, or that the author even understands how to make something, you know, that doesn't include some, you know, aspect of themselves that is flawed. So, like, to me, I guess I'm trying to approach the works from more of an angle that's sympathetic to everyone. I'm sympathetic to the author and what they're trying to say. I'm sympathetic to the audience and what they're feeling in response to the work. And I'm also, you know, I'm sympathetic to fans and to haters of the thing. Like, whatever response you're having, I want to try to understand it and to talk about it. So, you know, I want the people who are disgusted with the show to feel as represented as the people who are not disgusted with the show, and for both of them to feel like they are not turned away from the content because of the fact that the person making it just categorically doesn't understand them, you know? So, yeah, I would say, you know, 2 years ago when Mushoku Tensei came out, I did in fact complain about the fan service a lot. That was more towards the modern era, because that was, you know, well, it wasn't 2 years ago. It was a year and 3 months ago, you know, when the show came out, and I talked about it on Content. I bitched heavily about all the sexual content because I was really not in a state of mind to even relate to the show or find it agreeable at all. And it was only that I came to it deliberately like, okay, I'm going to try to be sympathetic because I know people like this show, that I worked through and, like, you know, presented it the way I did. I just simply wouldn't have presented it that way if it wasn't a show that I knew people connected with, you know, and cared about. Anyway, that's that rant. Let's move on to the next super chats. Goro Majima with $2. Thoughts on the PS2 and favorite PS2 game? The PS2 was a small miracle. It could play DVDs and CDs, which is the real reason it was successful. It's the shittiest console ever made in terms of hardware. I went through like 6 of them. So yeah, like it falls apart very easily, but like the library was just ridiculous. And even if it was like underpowered compared to the GameCube or the Xbox, it was like, it was the most developer friendly, it was the most experiment friendly, it had full-size discs, which I don't know why, I don't know what Nintendo was so obsessed with, like the we don't want to have all the big discs or whatever. But yeah, that obviously didn't work out for them. So, you know, even though I liked the GameCube more, and I was a huge Nintendo fanboy at the time, and like all I cared about was Nintendo consoles, and I was like, fuck the PS2, fuck the Xbox. Until I got into anime and RPGs, and it became that the PS2 was the only console that was relevant at all. And so that was like, I amassed my entire PS2 library pretty much on the strength of how many fucking JRPGs there were on that console. And like, that was the golden age of JRPGs. That was, you had Final Fantasy X to kick it off as like just the best. And then you had a bunch of stuff that was like kind of almost as good as Final Fantasy X. And then and then that was the end of the golden age of JRPGs. And then they all became Vita games. So if you like the Vita, then the actual golden age started after that. But I didn't play the Vita.
I'm living La Vida.
Loca. Serene Espino with $5 says, thoughts on 2019 Fruits Basket? Feels kind of mid, TBH. I haven't watched much of it yet. I only saw the first 2 or 3 episodes. I do want to watch the whole thing because, you say feels kind of mid. I don't know how far you made it in or what you've seen. It seems to be quite beloved. I know that Fruits Basket was like one of the first anime and manga to get popular with girls in the US, like around the time of when Inuyasha was picking up and like Tokyo Pop started marketing lots of manga towards girls, and Fruits Basket ran on the Funimation network, the original anime. And I saw some of it there, and it seemed cute, but it I didn't have experience with that type of show yet, so I wasn't interested in watching it. And I saw that it was extremely popular with girls online. Like everyone had it in their favorites list, who had seen it. So I wasn't surprised that there would be, let's readapt it and do the whole manga. And it looks good. It's very modern. I would say that probably it's one of those stories that either was influential enough or has just been around long enough that it probably feels more generic to people than it would have at the time. But it seems like whatever is supposed to make it so good is in the full breadth of the story. It's in the way the characters evolve and their dynamics and all that. So I wouldn't really be able to examine how well that all works without having seen it. It did feel kind of mid to me when I had just seen it from a distance over all those years. But, hearing people talk about it, I am convinced that it's probably worth checking out. So I'll be giving it a shot, at the very least. Penny, for $2 Canadian, his thoughts on crabs, not for eating, but as creatures.
They cool.
I think they're
awesome. They're
awesome.
terrible enemies in this game.
They're really fun in this game because they move sideways and they're really fast. They don't actually take that many hits to kill, so they're not that bad. But yeah, you fight a lot of big crabs in this game. You can also eat some boiled crabs, I think, at one point.
Boiled prawns.
I know there's boiled prawns, but I think there might be lobsters and crabs too. But yeah, the crabs are really cool. They're very symmetrical. They're the least gross arachnid, but still kind of gross. When you look at them from the bottom, you're kind of like, ugh, look at all those parts. They got claws. How can you not?
What? How
claws,
can you not?
Dude.
What?
How can you not? With the claws. They're pretty adorable. We have a lot of them here in Virginia Beach. If you go out, well, we're not in Virginia Beach, but, here in this part of Virginia, if you go out onto the beach, you will often see
dead crabs.
Well, if you go out at night, the beach is just covered in little crabs scurrying around, and they're tiny little almost see-through white sandy colored crabs. During the day, you can see them sometimes, but it's easy to lose them. They blend in really well. And then you got the big horseshoe crabs, and yeah, you'll find the shells washed up on the shore here.
I stepped on one of them the first time I went in the ocean here and resigned to never go in the ocean on the East Coast again.
So that's what it was that set you off the ocean, was stepping on a horseshoe crab's shell.
It's really, it's a lot of things. It's just not as pleasant to swim in.
It's a gross ocean, but...
The other one might be okay. I forget, OBX? That might be alright.
Oh, the Outer Banks?
Yeah.
Goro Majimo, $2, asked, have you ever seen Totally Spies before?
I have. I grew up watching it.
I also grew up with Totally Spies. Although I suspect we were different ages.
Probably, yeah.
It was 2004, I want to say. 2004 or 5. On fucking Magoozy. Do you remember Magoozy?
No.
Okay. It was Cartoon Network had a block. I think it was either leading up to Toonami or in place of Toonami for a while. But instead of Toonami, they had Maguzi, which was like a combination of kind of anime-ish and anime-inspired stuff. I think it was just meant to be, I don't know, maybe a little more feminine than Toonami. I'm not really sure what the angle was. But it had Totally Spies and I think Code Lyoko and like a Ninja Turtles or something like that. If I'm remembering this all correctly. I'm like picturing the fucking Maguzi like bumpers in my brain. I'm gonna look it up, actually. I'm gonna look up the Maguzi bumpers. Because I'm surprised... I'm glad this was brought up, because I've been using bumpers from all these old channels in some of my recent videos. Like the Anime Fans Where Are You video is like just all these old Toonami bumpers from different eras and stuff, and Adult Swim ones. Maguzi bumper. Set 1. Alright, tell me if any of this looks familiar to you. Because this is the context.
This does not look familiar at all.
This is the context in which I saw Totally Spies.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, no more of this.
I like her.
This is kind of scary.
She's cool. She's got a really low center of gravity. That girl has the longest torso and shortest legs I've ever seen. I appreciate. But yeah, Totally Spies was fun. I remember being attracted to the girls. And that was right around, that was right around when I was first starting to notice the sexy girls in the cartoons, like Kagome in Inuyasha, and Ranma in girl form, and fucking Maguzi.
Maguzi. I don't remember what it was called, but the channel I watched it on, the avatar was like a little silver guy.
Jetix.
Yeah, Jetix, that's what it was.
Let's see. Jetix bumper.
No, that's okay, I remember it. Yeah, that's him.
2004 to 2009. I want to know what else was on Jetix at the time.
Johnny Test.
Oh boy. Yep. And then that became the only thing that was on any channel for the next 5 years.
Yeah, that was a sad time. Someone just gave us $25.
I totally forgot this bit where I was gonna explain how I've been making so many videos so fast by reading the lyrics to "Carry On" by Galnerius, but I think it's past. I'm not excited about it anymore. Just noticed the tab was still open. That $25. Where was it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Storm Tag, $25. Sup? Been enjoying your content for many years. So, there's the meme. Anime was a mistake. Given a historical perspective, what anime do you think was actually the biggest mistake? Ooh. That's really interesting. So, like, when I think about anime was a mistake, I like to attribute it to Hayao Miyazaki's... I know he didn't, like, necessarily actually say that quote, but his disappointment with what Osamu Tezuka did to anime. Because, like, up until the 50s, anime, obviously that I don't think that turn of phrase really existed, but, like, animation was largely made by individuals. It was, like, independent artists who were interested in animation and made short films, like, little 8-minute whatever, like, pieces of animation, and all of them, the point was to just express something in movement, like, being animated was integral to the point, and the fact that it was that person's work was integral to the point. There was no sense of, like, industry or commercialization or any of that behind it, any of what was going to start being put behind it when it became an industry, and so when you have, like, Toei forming together to have, like, okay, we're gonna have all the most talented artists and all the best animators, and we're gonna be the Disney of Japan, and we're gonna make these big fucking lavish films once a year. And so they start doing that, and that's, like, the background that Miyazaki comes from, is, like, the era of the big lavish productions and the TV shows that were made to tell these long, elaborate stories, like the World Masterpiece Theater shows that usually had a lot of care and production put into them. And those kind of came in the wake of Tezuka's creation of TV anime. But like the way that TV anime became possible was by Tezuka going, how do I cut every corner imaginable? Like, you know, how many corners do we need to cut before this thing becomes something that we can make? And,
how do we make our business from a square to a circle?
Right, exactly. Circle takes the square. That's exactly what happened. He created techniques for making it easier and easier to do so that it would be possible. And the question is like, well, why? Like, is it worth doing if it has to be this grueling to do? And I'm sure that in the beginning, like, this is why I have a difficult time with the whole conversation about like should animators be paid better and all that kind of stuff, because like obviously I think ideally like everybody, you know, can afford to have a decent way of life based on you know, whatever job they're doing, but it's at the same time, like in the early days, those animators didn't have the expectation that that was a job, that like it was a thing you could do to make money. It was like, we're gonna work as hard as we can hoping that it can make money, and then when it does we'll keep doing it. But like it required them to just always be doing it, you know, like there was no comfortable lifestyle to be had on top of that, because it just wasn't a job. It wasn't a thing that society recognized as necessary, you know, until they made it something that people started to consider necessary. And like there's still a weird sensation where like people don't recognize media as a necessity to themselves, even though they consume it. They'll consume it but then convince themselves, well, I didn't need to do that, so I don't need to support it, you know, or like it's not the same, like, well, I didn't use it, I didn't consume a resource, so, you know, what's the trade? Like, and especially if you feel like it was a waste of time, or if you didn't get anything out of it, then you know, you feel like maybe you were even cheated and like you want your money back, you know, your time back. So like all those complicated relationships make it difficult to like say what the value of media is and whether it's worth, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears. And the more it becomes an industry and the more people want to be involved with it, the more people have to kind of discover that like it doesn't really make sense, and you can't really make something good just on the pretense that like you think it should exist, or that it makes sense, you know, that like it like ultimately it's always about a product, you know, unless you are doing something completely independently, and then you are limited by your ability and your time, you know. So it's like I think we all underestimate how difficult it really is to get 50 to 100 to 500 to 1,000 people to work on your idea, you know, and like base their future ability to make money on, you know, on the risk of your idea being something that everybody loves and that they can even realize to an extent that would be appealing. Yeah, so anime was it a mistake? More like, I think it's a mistake that's always being made. So yeah, it's I think anime can be a mistake, and it can be a good idea. It all depends on who's doing it and why and what they're trying to get out of it and whether they get that out of it, you know? If you make an anime and everybody involved enjoys doing it and they come out the other side feeling like they made a good product and people like it and they all make money and they go home and feeling happy, then anime was not a mistake, you know. But I'm sure more anime has been a mistake than it hasn't been. That was a fun rant. Thanks for the $25. Goro Majima with $2 says, why are more manga finishing up so quickly? I don't think that's true. I think more people are paying attention to manga, and so it feels that way. But there's been a bunch of people doing these like historical. So there was a guy who did a video that was specifically about like, is Shonen Jump canceling more than normal? And I believe the conclusion he came to was like, no, they've always canceled shit like crazy, and in fact there were times they were even way worse. But it's just we weren't paying attention, you know. Nobody was reading nearly as much manga. Manga is the zeitgeist. It's where all the eyes are. I really don't think most Americans realize how fucking much manga there is. That, like, it's way, way, way vastly more than anime. Like, it's like comparing the number of planets in a solar system to the number of stars in the Milky Way. You know, it's not comparable. So I think it's just a matter of more of it being acknowledged than ever before. I think we caught up on all the super chats. Wow, we were getting super chats so consistently that we've just been answering super chats for like an hour.
Wow.
This is impressive. Thank you. Thank you all very much. This is our most successful stream I think we've done in quite some time. So, and they've all been really good topics aside from the one that I didn't, that I just happened to not know what it was. So even that, wasn't a bad topic. It just was unfortunate, I suppose. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat right now. Joshua Simons. You can name several manga that are out right now, but survivorship bias means most average anime fans might not even be able to name one from each year. That's probably true. Goro Majima says I missed one of his. Okay, let's go back. Let's see. Oh, there was also Penny with Canadian $2 says crabs are crustaceans, not arachnids. Okay, well, I'm dumb. I don't know why.
Can't believe you would get that wrong.
I saw the Totally Spies one. Saw the PS2 one. How far back was this? I saw Witches Sexualized in Media. Oh, here we go. Rant about Activision Blizzard. Okay.
Oh, my mom was addicted to World of Warcraft growing up and chose to play it a lot of the time instead of parenting us, and so I don't like World of Warcraft. And
now she plays Neverwinter instead.
Yeah, so I don't really like Neverwinter either. I mean, it's fine. Whatever. I'm playing Elden Ring.
Activision Blizzard is one of those corporations that got so ridiculously
like Overwatch.
big and corporate that it's absolutely unlikable as an entity. Everything to do with their everything to do with the whole China fiasco from a couple years ago was deeply embarrassing. They just were kowtowing to China a whole lot on a bunch of shit.
Oh. Well, all companies do that.
Yeah, I know. It was an embarrassing time. That's what I'm saying. They're at that scale. It's like a company that's so big you have to hate them because they're just gonna. They're too caught up in global interests to possibly not be evil, they have to be corrupt. They just are that large. That's kind of the way that's just the impression I get. It's literally so there's a threshold remember when Google decided that "don't be evil" was no longer their catchphrase?
Yeah, that was funny.
It's because there's a threshold you cross where you're like, well, we can't do anything without being evil. We have to be evil to be this big. So, yeah, I think they've got that. Soba Mask with $2 says thoughts on being doomed to obscurity. Referencing the Solar Sands video. I don't know what Solar Sands video you're talking about, but being doomed to obscurity is I think it's funny because almost everybody is doomed to obscurity, right? Most people are only ever going to be heard of by whoever's around them, maybe a couple hundred people. I guess it's really hard to determine how obscure does something have to be obscure. Obscure is so contextual, because to someone who's in a small village of 100 people, everything outside that village is obscure and only what's within it is familiar. But to the rest of the world, that is an obscure village. As if you are somebody who really does not want to be obscure and is doomed to obscurity, I can see why that would be torturous, but you don't know really what you're asking for if you want to be famous. I don't know. I think it's a very immature point of view. It's you have to be... if you are somebody who is concerned about being doomed to obscurity, it's probable that the reason that you are doomed to obscurity is that you have the lack of emotional maturity to think that that's like a thing to be worried about, you know? That, like, that's a huge concern to be like, oh, no, nobody's ever going to know who I am. Like, you don't want that. You don't want people to know who you are. You want you want people to know about a cool fake thing you made up that they will pay you to talk about, not about you, you know?
Tom is not my real name.
Why are people calling you Tom?
I think they're implying I'm Tom Oliver.
No, there's no Tom. What are you talking about? I am here with Bird, my husband. Say hello, Bird.
Hi. I've been here the whole time.
I know. I missed Goro's chat. Which one was that?
Who's
I
Goro?
saw that. No, that's the one we just did.
Oh.
Alright, what's happening in the chat right now? Mopu's name is Tom. Okay.
Oh.
Hello, Mopu Tom. I'm just gonna keep calling you Mopu. Shade, just because you use your real name online because it doesn't sound like a real name doesn't mean you can use everyone else's real name in the chat. You gotta stick to those internet handles. P for $2 is, can you please rant about Umineko?
No, she can't.
Why not?
You haven't seen it?
I have seen it. I just haven't played the visual novel. So Umineko is a visual novel series from the same creator as Higurashi, neither of which have I read.
When They Cry?
Yes. Well, you know, both of them are technically When They Cry, because one is when the cicadas cry, and the other is when the sea cats cry.
What's a sea cat?
It's just a Japanese word for seagull.
Oh, it's not a manatee?
Nope.
Oh.
Or I think, wait, is it a seagull or was it a different bird? I looked into this recently, but it is just a bird. But yeah, so Umineko is about this big, rich family that all gathers on an island for, I think, a reunion, and then it becomes a murder mystery as people start dying. But it keeps, like, restarting the story and telling a different murder mystery from a different perspective, and so it gets really fucking weird and convoluted and insane, and it involves lots of time fuckery and magic and fucking high concept dimensional shit that I didn't really get that far into to really understand. It had an anime adaptation by Studio Dean back in 2008 that not a lot of people really loved, mostly because of the fact that it truncates the light novel or the visual novel so much, and it's also like, I didn't know you could just run through those, the way you had done, but yeah, like it cuts a lot of content and it doesn't get very far, so just as an anime adaptation, I think it wasn't successful enough to get another season, and so it never continued. And so, you either have to read the visual novels or the manga, which I've heard is a more complete adaptation and is pretty good, and I'm leaning more towards trying to do that than to try to read the visual novels, because they are insanely long. Like, hundreds of hours of reading. And I cannot picture myself at all reading hundreds of hours of visual novel. I really can't. So I might read the manga. I mean, I will read the manga. But I don't know about playing that whole visual novel, especially after Bakaraptor, longtime friend of the channel, who you could subscribe to on YouTube to watch.
He's really cool.
His videos. He lives in Japan and he does very short anime reviews, and they're really cool. And he was a big Higurashi and Umineko fan. He read all the visual novels, and his takeaway was, like, if the anime had covered the whole thing, it would be better because it's shorter. He's like, if they're all way too fucking long, they're too wordy, they repeat themselves ad nauseum, like, it's not worth the amount of time it takes to read them. So that was the impression I got, and that's why I want to read the manga. But maybe one day I'll develop the patience. Maybe like I'm old and invalid and like all that's left for me is visual novels, then I'll finally fucking read the thing. Umineko is just about 100 hours, certainly not hundreds. I had heard that each one was like 25 hours long independently, and there's like 16 of them. Aren't there? Like, there's a fuckload of those things. Because you got like the 8 questions arcs, the 8 answers arcs.
It's a lot of arcs. What's the opinion of a movie? What are your thoughts of making a opinion of a movie?
Just watch it in 4 times speed. It's a visual novel. It goes as fast as I can read it.
I mean, you should watch something for as long as it is entertaining to you. If it is not entertaining, what is the point of getting... Like, I'm not going to watch 120 minutes of a 120-minute movie if the last 5 minutes are the entertaining part.
Right.
Like... If Once Upon a Time... I'm not saying Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is an uninteresting movie like that, but it certainly has a very interesting ending. Like,
yeah.
If that was the only interesting part of the movie, it wouldn't be worth watching.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is really interesting, and it leads up to the crazy thing at the end. Like,
I mean, it might be worth... Like, if the ending of the movie is worth watching, you will hear about it, and you'll go watch the ending on YouTube, and then the movie is still shitty.
Yeah, I've never seen the Saw movies. I know what happens in them. I've seen all the traps.
Right.
I'm never going to watch a Saw movie.
There's no reason to actually sit through that. But yeah, I mean, I answered a super chat about this question the other day, and this is not a super chat, so I'm not going to go into too much depth about it, but because there's a couple super chats waiting. But I think that Adam's only mistake was giving number scores to those films. I think reviewing a movie that you didn't finish is fine. I think giving a holistic score to something you didn't finish is always going to make people go, but that's, like, how can you know if you didn't, like, how can you score the experience? And he's like, well, I'm giving a score to what I saw of it. And it's like, well, that doesn't help anybody, you know, like...
I don't think it doesn't help anybody.
Well, I think it just doesn't help because other people are going in expecting to watch the whole movie. And so, like, if you tell them it's a 6 out of 10 and then they go, oh, well, he stopped watching because he thought it was just a 6, maybe I'll like it more, and then it actually gets way worse after that point, then you're going to be like, well, you should have scored this a 3 because it's actually fucking terrible and you didn't make it far enough in to realize, you know, like, just, that's the only complaint I have is the scoring. I think it just muddies the issue, and that's why people attacked him, because he's been doing this forever. He didn't used to give scores to stuff he didn't finish like that, so I understand why it's controversial. Even if I stand by that you can review a movie you didn't finish. Just maybe don't give it a score. Ross DC with 449 pounds said, please rant about Mr. B-Tongue using what he doesn't understand to come to an understanding of something as a whole. Sure, even though I kind of went over that in the Mushoku Tensei video, but I will go over it again. So, Mr. B-Tongue has a video called Creepy Obsessive Nerd Love, Django Uncomplained, where the conceit of the video is that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who he considers his rival because he invented the skyhook and Kareem has taken credit for it.
What?
That's
Who?
that's Mr. B-Tongue. He's like, Kareem stole the skyhook from me.
Who's Mr. B-Tongue?
This YouTuber.
But
He's a YouTube analyst.
Is he old enough to have done this?
Unknown. His age is unknown. I doubt he's old enough to have done it, but he claims he invented the skyhook and Kareem stole it from him, and therefore they have beef. And now they have beef even more because Kareem said that Django was a good movie but had no literary content. And so Mr. B-Tongue's like, I beg to differ. And so in trying to find the literary content, he talks about how when he's watching something and there's something that he doesn't understand that stands out to him, then he fixates on trying to understand that thing to get a better understanding of the work as a whole. And in the case of Django, it was the phrase, keep it funny. Characters keep saying, keep it funny, keep it funny. And he, at first, didn't really get it because it's such an odd turn of phrase. But, the rest of the video is an examination of how... Basically what they're saying is keep the power structure intact, or remain participatory within the narrative that we are all constructing about what this all is, because that is necessary in order for slavery to be an accepted idea, you know? And so that's what the literary content of the film is that exploration. So, you know, obviously in that film, the fact that that phrase keeps coming up is almost like it's drawing attention to itself, you know? It's like, please pay attention to this. And so with Mushoku Tensei, my take was like, okay, well, they keep showing his parents fuck. Like, they really, really want you to know that. So why? Like, what is that about? And that ended up being sort of my keystone to understanding the rest of the show. Is like, okay, well, the show is about, like, repairing your relationship to sexuality. And the thought is, if I had had parents who were fucking all the time, I would have had a very different idea of, like, what sex is and what it's like, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's your elongated version, pretty much, of what I said in that video. There's a bunch more of these. Storm Tag with $10. What genre / setting / trope / etc. is not as popular in anime, manga, etc. these days that you really wish would make a resurgence? Actually, an interesting one is opening, like...
I'd prefer you talked about an uninteresting one.
Opening summaries of, like, world-building summaries, particularly Mobile Suit Gundam opens with just an amazingly solid, like, setup piece where, like, this is the year, this is what's been going on in, like, the world, you know, it explains the world conflict and, like, leads you up to that moment perfectly. And I feel like in media res has become an extremely popular way of doing things over the decades. Like, everybody wants to start in the action, and they think, like, any amount of exposition beforehand is boring. It's all about how you handle it, though. You know, like, Star Wars opens with those legendary title crawls, and, like, it's the way the text is and the way the music is that makes them interesting. But, like, even those ones, for me, as a kid, I never read that shit. I never actually paid attention to what the words were saying, because it's just describing a bunch of stuff I didn't understand, and I didn't care. Now, granted, like, you know, that level of context isn't really necessary for a kid to actually care about a film that they've sat in front of. So, you know, I guess I think that it feels like the mentality of trying to make things accessible to everyone has convinced us that we need to treat everyone like children, when the reality is that children just consume media differently from adults. They don't care about it making sense. They care about, like, it being exciting and cool and, you know, reflecting their own personality in some way, or their idea of the world. Whereas, like, adults are looking for something that's, like, intriguing and complicated. And so, like, a show like Gundam that was intended for adults, assumably, but has a lot of appeal to younger people because of the fact that it's got a cool toy robot, you know, slicing up bad guys. Like, it didn't matter if you don't pay attention to the opening bit if you're a kid and you see the robot do the cool thing and you go, I want to buy the robot. But as an adult, you know, when the series introduces itself by just, like, laying out all these interesting ideas right at once, then you're like, shit, this sounds like it's gonna be cool as fuck, you know? And that, like, that's how I feel when I start up Mobile Suit Gundam, is, shit, this sounds like it's gonna be cool as fuck. And very few anime give me that feeling now. Usually it's like, oh, this looks like it's gonna be exactly the same thing I've seen 1,000 times, and then I'm, like, shocked when something is new about it, you know?
B, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'd just like to point out that I am fighting Balls.
Balls?
Yeah, Balls.
Oh, yeah, his name is Balls. It's probably pronounced Bowls.
You don't know.
He's got his tummy as a cavern. Other than that, genre setting, trope. Do you have a genre setting or trope that you want to see more of?
I don't know what that means.
Is there a genre that you like?
NCIS.
Do you want an anime version of NCIS?
That would be really cool.
There's a couple of things that are kind of along those lines, but they often get lost in, like, you know, they're trying to create their own fantasy, you know, context for why this has to be an anime, and sometimes that's not the... I'm thinking of, like, Wizard Barristers. There's an anime that's about, like, wizard, like, cop lawyers, Like, it's like, I guess it's like Law and Order with wizards, and
Well, barristers are British lawyers.
yeah, it's Law and Order, but anime wizards. And Bakaraptor had done a legal review of the show because Bakaraptor's a lawyer.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
You didn't know that? I
No.
thought I had told you. Yeah, he's a lawyer. He's got like follow-ups on some of like the cases Rikita's talked about. He's also like
that's
given
cool.
his takes on and stuff
Nice.
like that. Yeah, he because Bakaraptor was also the one who introduced me to both Maddox and Dick Masterson.
Oh, funny.
Since his website was a parody of Maddox's site, but he was the anime version of the best page in the universe, was Bakaraptor.
The Bakaist page in the universe.
But yeah, so settings.
Brr.
I want more like crazy. I want more fantasy settings that aren't generic. I just really. I wish more people like just had totally took it in a different direction and like weren't just trying to recreate the fantasy worlds they already know. And I know I'm guilty of this too because I have my own isekai light novel that is literally just built out of cliches on purpose. So I'm not making things any better.
Back.
Don't say things like that.
I didn't say it.
Anyway, Chasey with $2 says, new Denzel album thoughts. I thought it was heat. You can hear my initial thoughts on the new Void Gazers podcast. I don't know if I don't think we talked about Denzel Curry in the first part because there's the latest episode we recorded is being broken into 3 separate episodes. So I think Denzel Curry's part will probably be in part 2. I was not as hot on Melt My Eyes as most of the people I've talked to seem to be. I know you weren't that hot on it either, Bird.
No, but I'm not, I'm not the audience.
It was a very divisive album for me where like track 1 I literally was crying. Like I was feeling it so deep I was in tears. Walkin' is a masterpiece song. I think it's one of the best Denzel Curry songs. I think it's immediately iconic as a Denzel Curry song. Like it's just like a thoroughly like it's the song that is now going to come into my head when I think of Denzel. Is going to be like, yeah, Walkin', you know? And you got a couple other tracks on there that are good, like Zatoichi or God, the one with T-Pain, the other single, which T-Pain's verse is absolutely amazing on. And then you got stuff like I didn't like Ain't No Way at all, and when I heard the story of how it came together, it made perfect sense why I didn't like it. It seemed like a song nobody kind of wanted except for Denzel. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of just like messy, weird shit on that album. Like lots of just these weird little stubs of songs that didn't feel like they had any impact to me. And so like I think I need to dive into it more and probably get into the lyrics and like really analyze it before I write. Like, cause I'd intended to do a review of it right away. I was thinking it's gonna be like album drops. I'm gonna be hype out of my mind. I'm gonna do a fucking hour-long review of this thing and praise it to high heaven. Comes out. I kind of don't get it. I'm kind of lost, and I'm like, shit, I can't talk about this yet. Like, I don't want to be the one person who wrote like the negative review of my favorite artist's album because I didn't get it immediately, you know. Whereas lots of people clearly did, because like Fantano loved it, everyone in Dead End Hip Hop loved it, which is fucking a complete rarity. So yeah, I clearly didn't get it, so I need to try again or something. McFatson with 1413 said, as a belated celebration of 413, can we get a rant about Homestuck? If you've seen the ending, maybe discuss that, but honestly, whatever you're feeling is cool. I never did make it to the ending.
What's 413? Is that the day Homestuck ended?
It's the day it started, and it's a number with lots of significance in the story because the creator of Homestuck, Andrew Hussey, really likes to... He likes to, you know, take something and just, like, keep reusing it as many... Like, keep making callbacks to that thing. So,
no,
like,
really?
as much stuff is built out of being 4 and 13 as can be, basically, you know, in order to give it that sort of... That crypto numerology type feel. Homestuck is a massive influence on me. Very,
You read
very...
Homestuck?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
Homestuck
unfortunate.
You don't understand. Homestuck is one of the best things that's ever been made, but
I've
it's
had
hard
some
to
really
get into.
annoying coworkers.
Oh, don't worry. I know Homestuck fans are fucking terrible, but it's one of those things where most of the fans don't really get the point anyway. You know, so one of the complicated things about being a fan of media in general is that like there's people can like something for very shallow reasons, and that could be like the only way that they like things. Period. You know,
Oh, I have to take a break.
it's kind of like if you were you know a Rick and Morty fan before Pickle Rick. You know, you're looking at it like, oh yeah, I love this thing. It's so nuanced and interesting and deep and cool. And then like the guy next to you is like, oh yeah, Pickle Rick, my favorite show. And you're like, oh, yeah, I guess that episode was good. What did you think about Lawnmower Dog? Oh, you didn't like that one. Oh, you never saw it. Oh, you've only seen Pickle Rick. All right, well, you know, that's cool. But like, do we like the same show? Did we watch the same show? You know, so yeah, there's definitely lots of obnoxious Homestuck fans out there. But you know, I read it in 2011, or did it start? Yeah, it started in like 2010, right? I want to say. When did I read it? Maybe it was later than that. Maybe it was 2012. I want to say it was before I was a YouTuber, though. Yeah, it had to have been 2012 then. It was like when we were in the wait for the end of Act 5, when Cascade was still in production. There was like this super long wait. And I read everything up to that point, and like it was one of those things where people kept telling me like, oh, it takes a while to get good, like Act 1 is kind of boring, or like it's not really that like that was kind of like my brother's take, because I read it because Victor read it, and he read it because Hope read it, and Hope read it because she was a Tumblr girl at the time. So you know, ultimately I did come to this through the same way everyone else did to some degree, but I was a couple steps removed. But I started reading it, and I was like, page 1, like, this is the greatest thing I've ever read. Like, I immediately loved it because the way it's written is so incredibly, like, dense and subtle and full of weird particularities and intrigue and lingual jokes. It's just so fucking smart. And Andrew Husse's approach to media and, like, what he thinks is interesting to do with media is everything I wanted to see. You know, if you read Kusomega, I actually think, like, even though I've never thought of Homestuck as a direct influence on it, like, the sheer chaotic nature of it, the way that it will totally jump, like, genres and tones and universes, and, like, how the powers just get, like, so meta and fourth dimensional and everything, like, all that definitely is couched in Homestuck to some extent. You know, and I was already big into a lot of that, the type of stuff Homestuck was doing, but it pushed it so far. Like, that's what I think maybe not enough people appreciate about Homestuck, is that nothing else ever pushed things that far, ever, in history. You can go read any book, go look at any movie, go look at any video game. Nothing pushed it nearly as far as Homestuck. And it's entirely the result of Husse's lifestyle of, you know, he said many times, this is not a work of art, this is a lifestyle. I just make Homestuck. It's what I do. That's what he woke up in the morning and he made Homestuck until he went to bed. And so, like, it is able to do so much because the point of it was never to make it from point A to point B per se. It was to do whatever he felt like that day. It's just an exploration. It's just fun time. It's just play. And it's the rawest expression of play, you know, from like a position of someone who, you know, such an intriguing perspective on what could be done with the medium. Yeah, I wanted to write a book about it at the time. Like, when I finished Homestuck, or caught up to it, I was like, I could write a whole book about this. And the reason I didn't is that I read Andrew Husse's Formsprings, and he understood the story so well and could explain it so well that I felt like I would be an imposter. Like nothing I say about the series is going to be as deep as what Hussey could say about it, or like what he actually put into it. And so I felt like I was out of my depth to talk about it, which is dumb. I should have done it anyways. Obviously I'm always out of my depth talking about anything. I'm not the fucking creator, so it's like, if that was my mindset, I never should have opened my mouth about a single show. But yeah, like it is worthy of as much analysis as could possibly be done on a piece of work. And I would say that my taste has moved away from it in the sense that I don't like my media to be as masturbatory anymore. Like, I would prefer it to be cut down. I would prefer it to not be, like, maybe just because he, you know, at the time, seeing someone explore to such an extent was so novel. It's the only time I could watch someone do it, unless, like, somebody somehow took it further. Like, you'd have to do something more novel than Homestuck for me to want to pay attention to something as masturbatory as it is, because it took a fucking week of nonstop reading to read all of Homestuck. That's a lot, you know? And I was really trying to power through it. So, you know, did it need to be as decompressed as it was? Yes. Probably. But by the time you get to Act 6, it's just exhausting. And, you know, a lot of people don't like Act 6 at all. Munchie's gone on a whole lot of analysis of why he doesn't like it. I don't hate it. I wasn't completely disinterested in the story at the point that I stopped catching up with it. It was just like, reading it in piecemeal as opposed to all at once is a lot harder to care, like, consistently, and it just kept going. It just wouldn't end. And at some point I was like, you know, I felt, I guess, like I'd seen, it had already gone so far with the meta and everything. There was just nowhere left really to go other than to just keep doing it, you know. So yeah, I don't know if I would love reading it again. I don't even know if I could read it again. But I'm very glad I did read it at the time. Shade with $2 says, has anyone ever decided to want used to go do? I think what you're trying to say, Shade. I think the words that you might be looking for are, has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? I think that's what you're trying to say. Because that's the only, you know, that's the only parsable version of that sentiment that I could come up with. Is, has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? As opposed to, has anyone ever as decided to want used to go do? $2 from Shade again. Read that one guy's super chat. Which one guy? Wait, which guy did I skip this time? Alright, let's see here. Who did I miss? See, Jumpy. Oh, it must be Jumpy. $2. What is the point of your work in being a character? What is the point of your work in being a character? I'm trying to... You don't have to send another super chat, but if you could clarify more of what you mean. Sorry about skipping you earlier. I totally missed it. I assume you might have already gone to work, because now I'm reading back and seeing that you're like, oh no, I gotta go to work. Yes, we're on yours, Jumpy. We're on there. We're here. We're on it. I'm trying to figure out what it means, though. I'm trying to figure out the exact sentiment. What is the point of your work in being a character? Do you mean, like, what is the point of me being a character in my work? Or what is the point of the work having been done through a character? I think the way I can answer... Okay, you're elaborating. Alright. I'm seeing the elaboration. We're getting there. We're getting to it. We gotta wait for the typing. The typing will come. Probably Jumpy is several minutes in my past. So, anyway, what's the point of your work in being a character as Trixie and Digibro before? Yes, both. Okay. It's not that there's a point. It's that it's unavoidable. And what I mean by this is, if you set a microphone in front of me, I'm going to start talking into it using a voice like this, a studio voice, if you will, and to try and cultivate a certain type of manner of speaking and manner of thinking that would be acceptable to people on the internet. I'm not acting naturally. I'm not acting like I would if there wasn't a microphone, if there wasn't an audience, if there wasn't anything there, you know? And it would be weird if I was. It would be weird to try and act naturally in a situation like that, because, like, why would you want to watch someone acting naturally? Unless they were just naturally incredibly entertaining at all times, which is not a thing. Nobody's being entertaining when nobody's there. It's a thing you do for people. It's a performance. It's an act. And so distinguishing that the act is not the same as the person is deeply important, because people will look at the act like it's a human being that they can take notes from and try to be like, and it's not. It's an act. You can relate to the act, but you can't be the act, because you don't know how to be the act, because you don't know what the reality is behind it. You don't know where it comes from, what makes it possible, because you're not seeing the reality. And so, you know, if you can watch the act and figure out, how do I copy the act, maybe you can learn how to do a similar act, but you can't become a similar person, if you see what I mean. And so the differences between the acts, as close as the acts might be, there will always be something a little different about it, you know. And like, compare, for instance, my videos versus Hazel's. I would say very different in a lot of obvious ways, but like, that's as close to something similar to what I do as basically exists, you know. And so, like, even with someone else doing a similar type of act, like, it still comes out very different because they're a very different person. And so, like, I think it's important to look at everything you're seeing online as, like, this is the character version of the person, and you will not know the person version of the person unless you meet the person version of the person. And, you know, anyone who's met the person version of me knows that it's not the same. It's just not the same experience. I'm a quiet person. I'm reserved. I'm, you know, distant. If you engage my, you know, my desire to talk or be like this, I can activate this, you know, without there having to be a microphone or whatever. I can be in character, like, I can be the person that Trixie is offline, but I can't be the person that Trixie isn't online, if that makes sense. So, yeah. That pretty much answers that. Sorry it took me so long to get to your question, but hopefully that makes sense. So, like, to me, it's less like, oh, you have to recognize this character. It's more like for your own good that I'm telling people to do that. It's like, hey, you should really think of internet people as not people. Like, you really should, like, you know, look at this relationship as, you know, what's the word? That word for the thing that everyone complains about now, the type of relationship, whatever. You know, you got to look at the people online as, like, other stories. They're just stories, you know. Like, don't look at it as you can get involved in the story. You can make yourself a part of the story, but, like, once you're in that story, you're a character. You're another character in the story, you know, and it's not even you. It's a character you've created to participate in that story with the other character, you know? And the more you can recognize that, the better. The more you can, like, differentiate yourself and say, like, okay, not all of this is all me all the time. It's like, I am sometimes this and I'm sometimes that, you know? Parasocial, thank you. Yeah, like parasocial is, you know, it's. I don't think it's. I don't think parasocial relationships are bad. I think that they can be bad when they get to a point where they're recognizable as that. Where, like, you know, consumption of media is always a parasocial relationship. You are having a conversation with a creator, and, you know, developing a relationship with whatever they've said. You know, but there's all these like fathoms of mystery between it. Like, there's all these walls between you and them that makes you less likely to think, like, you know, like playing this video game, for instance. Like, you're more likely to think, oh, this is a From Software game. Like, some coalition of people somehow devised this, but like, you don't feel like you know the people of From Software because you played this game. You might feel like you understand a lot about Hidetaka Miyazaki and his personal tastes, and maybe even some. You could even like psychoanalyze certain things about him if you've played all these games, but that still is not the same as knowing the guy. You know, it's just like I have a mental idea of Hidetaka Miyazaki, the artist, completely divorced from any reality of what he might be as a person. You know, but like rather than to talk about him in a direct sense, it's like I can talk about the game and what the game is saying, rather than being like, oh, Miyazaki says this through the game or whatever.
Hi, I'm back. It's me, Bird.
Welcome back. Did you have a nice poop?
Yeah. Well, I was making my car payment.
Oh.
I made my car payment, and I learned that I can register my car very, very soon. Woo.
So, did or did you not have a nice poop?
I did not poop. I peed,
Okay.
though.
Are you wearing the map as a cape?
It's Radan's armor.
It looks almost...
It's like a tree.
Okay, it's sick as fuck.
There's lions, too.
Any day now with $2 rather. Is it immoral to support anime financially? No.
Immoral? Why?
No. Because the industry is not good.
It's immoral to support anything, then.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my take. Is like, I think people put way too much fucking thought into what they're doing with their money. Or like what the thought is behind it. Just buy shit because you want to buy it. You know, like spend the money how you want to spend it.
Yeah, I bought a
heart.
Switch OLED because I wanted to buy it. I played all of Pokemon Legends Arceus. I haven't gotten Arceus yet, and then I just kind of haven't been using it that much.
I just think, like, I used to be a big... Stuff. I used to talk a lot about voting with your dollar. I don't believe in that anymore. Because I don't think that it sends clear enough messages. Like, I don't think people actually get...
Well, and you have to have so many of them. You have to have so many dollars.
You have to have a lot of dollars for your vote to count, yeah. And, or rather, you know, you can vote once and someone else can vote 7 billion times.
Or, you know, 43 billion times at a value of $53.40 a share.
Exactly.
Shout out Elon.
So, yeah, like, I don't know. If, like, on the one coin, I would say...
one coin.
On the one side of the coin, I would say...
On the one hand...
These are two fucking different coins, alright? On one coin, it says that anime, you should support it if you want. Don't feel immoral about buying anime, but also don't feel, like, pressured to buy it because of moral reasons. Like, I think that's equally... You know, if it makes you feel better, you don't need to justify it. You don't have to. You don't have to explain to people why it's okay for you to spend $50 on a Blu-ray. Just buy the fucking Blu-ray. Do what makes you happy. Stop trying to think about it so much. You know, morals. Fucking, that is not for you to worry about. That is on God.
On God.
Yeah, that is. You know, to quote Killer Mike, even if some good ones die, fuck it, the Lord will sort them. Landon with $5 says, low-key need to send you guys money since I'm back to work.
Shout out Landon.
When we hanging again, you chads. Also, when you're going to watch Yawara, hot take.
Landon, we are going...
Wait, the hot take is when am I going to watch Yawara?
Is that a hot take? What's Yawara?
It's the beautiful judo girl. You watched his whole video about it.
I'm sure I watched the video.
It's a story from Naoki Urasawa, the guy who made Monster and 20th Century Boys. And before all that, he made a slice of life manga about a beautiful girl who does judo, and her name is Yawara, I think.
Huh.
I
do remember. It's the
wanna
most
watch
recent
it.
video he made, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a Madhouse show. It looks really nice. It's like 112 episodes. Which
Wow, I am not so sure about
That's
that.
the biggest, most obvious reason that people haven't gone back and watched it. It's really funny, actually. Like, you know, what older anime you can get people to watch. It really has a lot to do with length, you know? Like,
Well, a lot of it...
and how old it looks.
I like how old Attack Number 1 looks. I don't like
Yeah.
how long Attack Number 1 is.
That show was way longer than it needed to be. That show could have been half its length and it would have been fine. Yawara I would have higher confidence in because Naoki Urasawa is a great author who's had... Like, Attack Number 1, the woman who made that manga did not do anything else of note. She made Attack Number 1, it dwindled in popularity, and then she was not successful again. Naoki Urasawa made Yawara, and then everything he made after that was even bigger. Like, so I would be much more confident that he was able to keep it good and possibly even get better over the course of running a long-running series. And also, you know, it's about a judo girl. I think... I remember, because I've seen the first episode, and I think I had just kind of been of the mentality of, like, I'm not as interested in watching a show about a teen girl written by an older man. You know, like, that was kind of the vibe I got off the show, was like, this doesn't feel as relatable as it would be if it was written by a woman. But that might just be my bias talking, my sexist bias. So, yeah, I'd like to watch it, and I'd like to hang out with Landon. I like going to Indiana. It's the quietest
It is
place
great.
in the
I
goddamn
do love
world.
Indiana. But, I mean, aside from Indiana, Landon, we're trying to buy a house very, very soon.
Yeah, once we have our own place, you'll be free to come over pretty much any time.
Yeah, so
we'll hang out.
you
and
can do
fucking
some of the
start an
driving,
anime
damn
club.
it.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Well, he drives like 4 hours a day for work.
No,
or some
I know.
shit.
He's a madman.
Yeah.
Landon's great. He's my favorite person.
Is
One
it
of
a
my
show
favorite
about a teen
people.
girl or a show about judo? Both. It's
about teen girls doing
it's
judo.
about a teen girl who does judo. Yeah.
Fuck, I wasn't supposed to do that.
She's like a badass judo champion. Like I think the idea is that she's like a prodigy. Like she's just insanely good at judo because her dad runs the judo gym or whatever.
Hey, Chad, I have
So
a
she, like,
general
grew up
question.
with it.
Other than Elden Ring, are there any games you would rather see me play while I'm playing? Personal, like, new stuff, I'm kind of interested in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, but I don't want to pay $60 for it unless it is something that would
People
be
wanted to see.
interesting.
I think that game would be too loud.
Okay, that's fair.
It would be hard to hear us over it. And the constant talking and everything in the background. But yeah, what games would you guys want to passively
We did
watch
Assassin's
us
Creed
live
for a
stream?
while. That was
Did do
fun.
that. And I don't even remember streaming Assassin's Creed. I remember
It was
streaming a lot of
Odyssey.
Red Dead 2.
Red Dead 2, yeah, we did a lot of that. That was fun. I beat that, which is why I haven't been playing it. And I really just had to okay, I want to beat this stupid fucking game.
What is your review of Red Dead Redemption 2? What score would you give it?
I played it wrong, and let me explain what I mean by that. I started Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PlayStation 4 when we were living in Twin Falls, Idaho, and I got about 75% of the way through the game, and then I got rid of my PlayStation. I stopped playing it, and I bought it again on the computer, and then I played back through that 75%, which was tough. It's a big game, it's a long game, it's not as interesting the second time. Even skipping the stuff, it's just, oh, great, we're gonna do these missions where I have to ride next to this guy and make sure he doesn't die.
It's a game that relies on your being completely immersed and, involved, and so when you go back and you're just, doing the mechanics, you're like, oh, the mechanics are not great.
Well,
the game
they're
is
fine,
great
the game
because
is great.
Well, what I'm saying is, the mechanics are not what make the game great. It's not great because shooting is fun. It's not great because riding a horse is fun. It's great because the world is so involved and deep and realized, you know?
Yeah, I think the mechanics are fine. I think the problem is just... Well, it's not a problem if you didn't play it fuckily like I did. It's just a huge game. It's not like if I wanted to know how it ended was the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got to the end and it's like, oh, well, that wasn't worth playing through it twice.
Right.
But that's my problem. That's my issue. It was fun. It was great. The post-game is useless. I don't find any enjoyment of it in it. There's online stuff too, and it's fine. I remember watching a video recently that it was being neglected, apparently. I don't know that I care for Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption type games all that much, to be honest. They're just not totally my thing. And I thought that about Dark Souls and Elden Ring type games up until recently, so I could be wrong. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto since I was, 13. Oh, cool, I'm getting the stuff.
Me neither. Actually, I've never played them.
Grand Theft Auto was fun. I liked it as a kid.
I hate the controls of all Rockstar games. I can't get past the controls.
They are strange. They are not enjoyable.
Zero Tsun Game with $5 says, what demon did you sell your soul to make videos so fast and good? Well, I'll tell you. Now that you've invited me to, I'm gonna go back to this bit I had planned from the start of the show. The fight has started. Go ahead. It's hard to fight with myself. I'll keep doing it till my deathbed. The darkness is on the way. Will I lose my way? Don't worry. Take it easy and learn from the history. Do you always feel intense cry of my soul? Feel and get it. To win, cry out every day. I show the anger and the dirtiness. I think that it's an important thing to keep on fighting. I show the power and the weakness. It's necessary. Do not take a rest. Carry on.
Galnearus this, Galnearus that. Have you ever tried getting some Galnearius penis?
Can I reach there before long? It's alright because I'm strong. I will be defended by my law. Do you understand why I fight? Do you understand what I find? I want to bask in the tender light. I will confront the other side in my soul, feel and break it. To win, cry out every day. I show the pleasure and the sadness. I think that it's an important thing to keep on fighting. I show the power and the craftiness. It's necessary. Do not take a rest. Carry on. Those are the lyrics to Carry On by Galnearius. And that's the secret to how I make videos every day. So fast and so good. Actually, that made more sense than I actually thought it would as an explanation or answer to that question. But I don't know if that's true for the audience. Landon with $2 says, Yawara has 124 episodes in a film, just to correct you.
Dang, corrected.
Corrected for $2. I like being corrected that way. Stormtag with $5 says, here, have the full price of Vampire Survivors, including YouTube's cut. If you want to give it a shot, do so. It's silly fun. Vampire Survivors is a game several people have recommended you play. Shane says he's a fan of it. Yeah, we just got paid $5 for Vampire Survivors.
All right.
Which I'm guessing is like a $2 game.
I'll check it out.
Well, it's something they want you to play on stream. So we'll have to... Oh, yeah.
It's just nice.
Yeah. Vampire Survivors.
Sorry, that little aside was just how great you all are. I'm just saying. I'm very appreciative.
I gotta catch up on these super chats. It's Clear Quartz with $5. Would you do more long form videos in the future? Yes. I'm wondering how long do you mean, because I feel like a lot of my videos have been long form lately.
Yeah, unintentionally too. She'll just like write some or watch a show and write some scripts, and then she'll go, "Oh, whoops! It's like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
like an hour long."
Mushoku Tensei, I was hoping to be like 15 minutes probably. It's like 25. It was pretty painless to edit that one though. But
I really didn't like Mushoku Tensei when we watched it, but you've sold me on checking it out again. It doesn't seem all that terrible.
Just pick up from where we left off, because like honestly, like episode 10 is like the episode where you're like, oh wow, I understand how this can be good now, you know. And up until that point, it's so meandering. And people keep trying to tell me that it moves fast. They're like, oh, it moves so fast. He's like a baby at the start, and by the end of the season, he's already 10. And I'm like, nothing fucking happened. What are you talking about? Until episode 8, when they all get teleported, there's nothing of substance. But Yeah, like the Mushoku Tensei video is kind of long. You know, the Anime Alphabet videos tend to be pretty long. There's a couple of them that are an hour. I don't know if that's what you mean or if you mean like 4-hour fucking Astro Score sucks. It's really funny because
what's that one video that you want to make like 24 hours long?
Mass Effect.
Yeah.
I was talking about doing a 24-hour Mass Effect analysis. I don't think I am ever going to end up doing that, but
it would be really funny.
But I did write an hour and a half on just the first level, so I have that.
You should at least release that.
I don't want to disappoint people when they know that it will never continue.
Well, I mean...
Because it's written in such a way that is, like, I'm following... Like, I created multiple characters, and so I'm following, like, multiple decision paths at once through the adventure, so it's, like...
Okay.
It's really dense and complicated. But, and I was, like, terrified of having to edit it. That's, like, a video that I would probably hire someone and just, like, give them all the footage and be like, take a month and make this a thing. But... Yeah, back when I first started doing My Little Pony videos, my videos were like 5 to 7 minutes on average, and that was seen as like fairly long for a YouTube video, because back then YouTube videos were 3 to 5 minutes. And so when I would do a 20-minute video, it was like, that was massive. Like, the perception at the time was that if you went over 10 minutes, you had to have like insanely high production value and be like super entertaining, because no one was going to pay attention to a video for more than 5-10 minutes. And like, everyone perceived it that way. So like, it was terrifying to try to do a longer video because you thought, I'm gonna have to put all these bells and whistles in and all this shit. And then like a few years later, just like as analysis kept growing, it became that suddenly 20 minutes was the standard length, and then suddenly 40 minutes was pretty normal, and then Mauler came along, and now 3 hours is kind of irregular. And like, you know, I can do the 3-hour analysis videos, but it's usually only worth it if
you
it's
do
something
them while
that,
you're
like,
editing, and not a lot of people have the time that editing gives you to just like watch a video. Maybe they do. I mean, Mauler's popular, so people are all watching those videos. But like, if I don't know. An hour is kind of my hard limit for a YouTube video.
Well, I really think that it comes down to how popular is the thing you're talking about. If you're talking about Mass Effect, you can make a 24-hour analysis video and you know people will watch it, because that's the type of fan base that it has. It's like people who are going to watch that. Noah Caldwell-Gervais is probably the best at selecting, like, you know, every video he does is 5 hours long, and it's a franchise retrospective on, like, every Resident Evil, every Call of Duty, you know? And so, like, there's a guaranteed anybody who really cares about that franchise is going to pay attention. And I am usually not as interested in talking about stuff that is already really well trodden, and, like, the stuff I love tends to be obscure. So the only thing that I can see going that long about is Elden Ring. And boy, do I plan to. I already have 2 45-minute videos on just the first couple hours of the game.
The first 2 days you played it, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, considering that it's about 45 minutes per 3 or 4 hours of gameplay, it's going to take me a fucking long time to have said everything I have to say about Elden Ring.
I'm really lucky I like this game.
Yeah.
Because,
you wouldn't be able to live with that otherwise. Well, I wouldn't have even touched it if you didn't buy it.
No, I know. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
I literally was avoiding this game because I didn't want to get my life sucked into it and that to be who I was from now on, unless, like, you were already into it. And, like, once you were into it, I was like, okay, I can play Elden Ring. Like... But yes, I plan to make more long-form videos. CJ makes videos with Canadian $5. Hello, I was wondering how you would feel about someone using your music in AMVs. Please do. Just please say my name or the name Trial of the Golden Witch somewhere in the description and the name of the song, because there's only one AMV that's ever used my music that blew up. One of my fans was very young. I know who the person is. I even sort of mentioned this to them, and I don't think they did anything about it because I wasn't very, I don't know, I wasn't like demanding, but they used my song I Want to Wake Up With You for the Rest of My Life in a music video with Kase-san and Morning Glories that has like 500,000 fucking views and does not credit me anywhere. So none of that has trickled back to me at all. No one found me through that. There's just a song. I don't even think it's like an amazing song or anything. It's a weird love song that that doesn't really fit the tone of the show at all. It's way too edgy, but I understand why the AMV was made. It's just really funny that that one, of anything, of all of my music, has been heard by far the most. By far the most! No connection to me at all. So,
Motherfucker.
just please, 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 put the name Trial of the Golden Witch in there somewhere.
Fuck, stop. These things are terrible. I don't even fucking know what they are.
Oh, we've got a lot of super chats here. Landon with $5. Low key just saying, I dropped Steins Gate. It's trash. Don't kill me when we hang next. Also, when are we streaming for an anime review? Just curious. Whenever we get together to watch the rest of Gosick, we will stream an anime review. And then we will review the second half of Gosick. Well, we'll probably have to review the first half again, because that video is not up because it was under my old identity. So we'll have to go back through
And I haven't seen
and
it.
cover all of Gosick. Yeah, I have
Have
to
we
watch
talked about
the
Go
first
Hands
half.
Down at all, ever?
No, we haven't announced that, but it
was the first time, right? It was
we
the
have
first time we went
plans
to
to
Landon's
hang out
house.
with Landon and watch all of the Go Hands anime and talk about them, and it'll be called Go Hands On.
Yeah, and this is purely because I really enjoy K as
which
a
is
show.
like the good one that they did.
You say that, and I really feel bad because
That the
I want
studio
to
didn't do a bunch of other.
I
good
want to
stuff.
like other stuff they
Yeah.
did. K is so pretty. It is so pretty.
It's by far the best.
It's really
use of their
interesting and
whole
fun.
aesthetic.
What are other shows they've done? Because I don't remember. I know we talked about it.
Okay, let me bring out the Go Hands list. Let's do this. Go Hands on deck.
This is just a teaser,
Alright,
by the
so
way.
Go Hands is a Japanese animation studio established by former Satellite members in Osaka in 2008. Their first anime was Princess Lover, then Cheburashika Arere, Seito Kai Yaku Indomo, K, Copelian. That was the first one that I've heard is like absolute trash, garbage fire. Seito Kai Yaku Indomo Season 2, K Season 2, Handshakers, that was the next one. This one, like, on a production level, is just a nightmare. Like, the animation is... They were trying to do something even, like, way prettier than K. They're trying to do something way more advanced than that, and they just failed. And it's very weird and very embarrassing. I kind of like it because of that. And then they made a sequel to that called W's, which is also very weird, but it not nearly as like horrifying. And then most recently they did Project Scarred. And then they've got they did the Marduk Scramble films, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, like their biggest success by far is the K series.
And there's not anything recent from it, I don't think.
No, yeah, the last thing was the movie, right? 7 Stories, a 6-part film series from 2018.
I definitely didn't see that. That'd be fun to watch.
Let's see how long it went for.
I've seen K season.
It went till
Oh, hang
2018.
on, hang on.
Yeah, so it was all. in
I've
one
seen
year.
K season 1. I've seen the movie between K season 1 and K season 2, and I've seen K season 2, and I haven't seen anything after that. But I know there is other stuff. It was just really hard to find illegally at the time.
Yeah, it looks like all that else there is there's the manga, and then there's the 6 film series that was all released in 2018. Each one's like an hour long. I don't blame you for dropping Steins Gate, Landon. It's not for everybody. Frankly, I'm surprised that people love it as much, like that it's as highly rated as it is everywhere.
Could you do at least one verse of Baby Shark? I mean, you gave us $5.
Baby
Shark, do 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 do, Baby Shark, do 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 do, Baby Shark, do 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 do, Baby Shark. Mommy Shark, do 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 do, Mommy Shark, do 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 do, Mommy Shark, do 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 do, Mommy Shark. Daddy Shark, do 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 do, Daddy Shark, do 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 do, Daddy Shark, do 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 do, Daddy Shark. Grandma Shark, do 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 do, Grandma Shark, do 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 do, Grandma Shark, do 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 do, Grandma Shark.
All right, that's enough.
We're all sharks, do 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 do, we're all sharks.
Shade
Anyway.
with $2 asks everyone, would you watch me review snacks?
Absolutely.
I would. I would definitely watch you review snacks.
Shade is so cool. I like him. That's
And I
weird to
bet
say
he
with him in
knows
the chat.
snacks.
But yeah, I bet he knows snacks. I trust his palate.
I don't trust his palate.
Oh.
I just trust he knows snacks.
Why don't you trust his palate?
Shade has probably likes food less than anyone I've ever known.
Huh. What does that mean?
He just doesn't like to. He doesn't like to eat. He doesn't like food. I don't know. Maybe this has changed. Shade, let me know if I'm misrepresenting you. But growing up, Shade did not like food.
I didn't like food growing up.
Mostly goldfish.
Yeah.
He is similar to you in this regard, but
Oh shit.
your approach was like, I refuse to eat anything, so I'm going to learn how to cook so that I can make things that I will eat. Which I guess is probably what Shade is probably like now. I don't know. Tell me, Shade, do you eat now? 'Cause,
do you eat now?
he did not eat before. Storm Tag with $5. Just out of complete and utter banal curiosity, are you at all familiar with Fallout Equestria?
What does
Only
that
to the
mean?
extent that I know what it is. So, this will be interesting to tell you about. You know what fan fictions?
Yeah, is it Fallout, but it's My Little Pony?
Yes.
That's incredibly strange, and I don't like it.
What's especially strange about it is that it was a massive fanfic. Not only in terms of it being like the scale of the adventure the story it tells, but it was so popular that it spawned its own whole universe.
Is it bigger than My Immortal?
Honestly, it's probably bigger. I'm not gonna say it's bigger than Fallout, but like it's bigger than a lot of things. Like Fallout Equestria is a My Little Pony Fallout crossover fanfic that has a fandom that is bigger than a lot of pieces of original media, and has tons of fan fictions set in its universe, original characters and stuff. So it's like a whole fucking rabbit hole if you wanted to get into that. Yeah, like it's a world unto itself. I don't know much about it because I never cared for Fallout or its aesthetic, so I just didn't seem like something I'd be into. But it is fascinating that such a thing can happen. M&M with 15 shekels. Are you planning on doing older shows from the 60s or 70s for Anime Alphabet like Yatterman or Yamato or Mazinger? I do plan to cover some more of the very old shows. I've
actually heard of all of those shows except for Yatterman from Nick Rekieta, which is great.
Interesting. Yeah, he probably knows Yatterman too.
He probably does. He's a smart man. He like anime. Well, I don't know if he likes anime. He's seen old anime.
I've been really indecisive about because I want M. Like my plan is for M to be Monster. I kind of want it to be Mobile Suit Gundam, but we will probably watch Gundam anyways. Whereas I might never watch Monster if I don't do it for M.
Will you ever watch Mazinger?
I can't see myself doing Mazinger even for.
What's
Anime
Mazinger
Alphabet.
though? I don't actually know.
It's like the original giant robot piloted by a guy. So like.
So Gundam.
Yeah, before Gundam. Like. Before Mazinger, usually giant robots were piloted from the outside, whereas like a kid with a remote control piloting a giant robot, such as the case of Gigantor or Giant Robo. And then, Mazinger was like, what if the guy was in the robot? And he has like a little plane that like docks in its head, and that's how he controls it. And so that became like the standard from that point forward. And Mazinger is like very over-the-top, gratuitous, like... action spectacle from Go Nagai, who's everything he does is like that. He's the guy who did Devilman. I'm a big Devilman fan. I can't see myself getting as into Mazinger. Giant robots aren't my thing, and so I feel like there's a few giant robot anime I really love and can talk about, but they're all ones that are sort of apart from mecha fandom, like Eureka 7 or Gurren Lagann. Like
real quick.
Stuff that's like really mecha heavy, I'd prefer to leave to the mecha people to talk about.
That's fair. Real quick, I think I just accidentally found the way into the Altus Plateau. That
Amazing.
dungeon I was just running through, that just brought me to the Altus Plateau.
The old lady did say there was another way.
Yeah, I just
a secret
was not even
way.
trying to do it. It's funny.
I might end up doing that.
It was fun. I liked it.
So let's see. Do I have any other 60s or 70s anime planned for the first round of Anime Alphabet? Because there's supposed to be multiple rounds of it to go through different things. I think Q is probably going to be Queen Emeraldis or Queen Millennium, which are not as old as anime, but they are related to some of those older things. And I think U might be Uchu Kaizoku Captain Harlock. So that's probably the oldest one that I have on the list. It's like a strong contender would be Captain Harlock.
Jesus fuck. Did you see that?
Yes.
This dragon is strong.
Sick. He's a big boy.
I think it's a sheep.
She's a big girl. Any day now at $2. Skip low-rated anime apps. Cliche, make it easy. Skip the... that's an interesting idea, I guess. Like, if you're on a website, just see what if that episode is, like, rated like shit and just skip it. That probably works for a lot of stuff. I mean, you could probably tell... Like, we were watching Eureka 7, you get to episode 14, and it's like, this is a very thinly veiled recap episode, where, like... It's
not even thinly veiled. It's just a recap episode.
Well, there's characters are like re-summarizing it in a like they're contextualizing the events, kind of like Ava episode 14, where like it's a recap, but they're saying stuff that's new, but like none of that stuff is
none of it matters
to make you give a shit.
Well, we're in the Lux ruins. Shout out to Lux from the Phone Losers of America. That's Riley, if you don't remember.
Shade says, I've gotten a lot of people who have validated me making this channel, but I can't figure out how to start. You just get a snack and
I mean, Doritos just
review
put
that
out those
shit.
3D things. Lay's has got some weird 3D
I would
chips.
recommend, honestly, there are probably snack blogs out there.
Can you recommend
what
something
is hype.
dishonestly?
Like, see what is hype in the snack world, and do that. You know, like see what people are talking about. What are people looking for an opinion on, you know, and hit that up. So, like, if there's a new snack that people are worried about, like, maybe you see... particularly, go out to the store, and if you see a snack that you are like, oh, I kind of want to try that, but I'm not sure if it'll be good, try that snack. Because that's the one people are going to be looking up, like... I don't know if people look up snacks, but we need to make them.
I don't look up
it.
snacks. I just see them in the store sometimes, and that's how I decide what snacks I'm going to get.
But I mean, have you ever seen a snack that you didn't recognize and like Googled it to see what it is?
No,
or,
I
like,
would
if
look at the
anybody
bag.
has reviewed it, like like I mean, okay. Remember that time at Food Lion where I got that weird new candy that was like a pretzel chocolate thing? I don't know what the fuck how to describe it. It was called like a Duos or something. And it was just like new and it looked weird and I was like, okay, I'll try that. And then I tried it and it sucked. And I was like, that's it. You know, I wish I had had a review of this to know that it sucked before I ate it. But I wouldn't have thought, oh, I should look up a review because there is no snack review channel I know about. But if you
there's God.
Basically, it has to start with you finding the snack that blows up. Like, you have to have a snack that you cover that video blows up, and then it makes people think, oh shit.
Kind of like
snack
Badlands
reviews.
Chugs, because Badlands Chugs will chug like all the new stuff, and then every now and then it's like, whoa, what the fuck? Why is he chugging spicy Mountain Dew? Also, there's spicy Mountain Dew.
Exactly.
I think it was Hot Cheetos Mountain Dew was what it was.
Landon with $2 says, G for Gosick, Y for Yawara, better be what you do. We are already past G, my friend. Although we will come back around to G eventually. Maybe I'll do Gosick in... what genre would I consider it? Mystery?
G
I don't
for
really
genre.
have a mystery one, but it's not horror. So I have a horror anime alphabet planned. Y? What do I have for Y?
I don't know.
Oh, I'd probably have Yu Yu Hakusho. I don't think I can turn down Yu Yu Hakusho for Yawara on round 1.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
important.
don't know. Oh no, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Even more important. Yu-Gi-Oh's the big one. That's like the most important of the entire first anime alphabet.
Do you have the heart of the cards
going to be
in your
Yu-Gi-Oh!
favor?
So I'm sorry, Yawara is going to have to wait until I do the sports anime alphabet.
But do you have the heart of the cards?
I do have the heart of the cards, which is cheating.
Is that what it is?
Yes, the heart of the cards is to keep drawing cards when your opponent's not looking.
Is that actually serious?
No.
Oh. Because I would believe
the
it.
heart of the cards is what it is. It's the heart of the cards. It's it's your belief in yourself, basically.
Oh, I died.
Any day now with $2 says smoked dabs. Ever tried an e-nail?
So I have a funny story. I have smoked dabs. We've both smoked dabs.
Yeah, I've smoked hundreds of dabs.
One of the first ways.
Lately.
One of the first ways I took a dab, actually probably my first dab, was with an e-nail. And I, at this point, had only smoked flower up until that point. And so we were in a dispensary in Escondido, California, near where I grew up. It was a new dispensary. Weed had just been legalized. Dispensaries had just been put out. And if you bought something, they would give you a dab as you were walking out of the store with an e-nail. And so I took a dab, and not knowing what I was doing, I grabbed the e-nail to pull it out. And if that burns you really, really badly, it's hot. And so I was burned, and everyone looked at me like, "Oh, holy shit, are you okay?" And I was fine. So I was fine. I didn't do anything. We left. Yeah, that's my fun story with an e-nail. The first time I took a dab, I burned the shit out of my hand because I'm dumb.
I don't think I've ever done an e-nail.
They're fine.
I missed a couple of these, so we're gonna go back to Landon with $2. Ghostic is 10 out of 10. Low key. K is great though. You're really on the low key right now.
Low key right now.
Yeah, you are low key. Clear Quartz with $5. Thoughts on Kuro Mukuro? I only ever saw the first 2 episodes of that, and it was very weird. PA Works is an interesting studio because I feel like the producer who runs it, Kenji something, slipping my mind. I really get the feeling that he is always trying to accomplish something very specific with each show that he does, where like they're always like working with a town and like trying to develop a setting in a way that like promotes like travel commerce and shit, and like there's just so many weird interests tied up in their shows and so many ideas that seem so left field and like create such a distinct atmosphere. I think you have to have like a lot of buy-in to watch them, and I want to. Like they're all shows that would probably be worth investigating and talking about and trying to figure out like what the fuck were they going for. But I guess it's just the appeal is often not very obvious, and that was the case with that show where I was like, I don't really get who is this for? What is the idea? Like what are it just felt so complicated and weird, and I didn't know why, other than that like they were going out to make something weird and complicated. So
hang on real quick, just to respond. I don't dislike e-nails. It's just the first experience I had with a dab or e-nails. I think it's kind of funny that I burned myself, to be honest. Because, I thought the same logic would apply. Of you take the bowl out when you hit it, why wouldn't you take the nail out?
Yeah.
Actually, I just put the fingers together where I did that, and I just kind of felt like phantom
talking
pain.
about dabs making me really want to smoke.
I would love to smoke. I've been thinking about asking you that for a while, and I guess it's come up naturally. So why don't you
go ahead and pack a
go ahead.
smokes
Go ahead.
away?
Pack
We're
me
gonna
a
do this
little
live on camera.
We'll do it live. We're not on camera. What are you talking about?
Bird hates e-nails. You heard it here first.
E-nails hate him.
Annie asked, "Did you get any scars from that?"
I don't have any scars. I don't. I don't know. They're fingers. I don't think fingers. Like it was on the pads of my fingers. It's where my fingerprints are. So I don't really think it was. I don't really think that you get a lot of scars there. Let me put them under a light to really check, I guess. I seem fine.
We caught up on super chats. If anybody wants a rant,
hey, it's 420.
Go ahead and give a super chat. Oh shit, it's literally 420 right when I finished packing this bowl. Well, that's the universe justifying my drugs.
Weed addiction.
Happy 420.
Hey, this is just a friendly reminder, everyone who's watching, please like the stream, share it if you want to, but liking it really helps us in the algorithm.
420 friendly.
I just got... Yeah, Moog is great. Moog is a really good way to get souls. He's also really weak to blood for the blood god.
420,000 souls.
Yeah.
Whew.
Woo.
Right. Now I gotta get your bowl set up before the the 10-minute span of the 420s is over. That's how it works. As long as somebody takes a hit at 420, then you've activated the 420 quick time event where you've got 10 minutes to smoke as much as you possibly can before it's not 420 anymore. Kind of like how in Persona there's the dark hour where like midnight becomes a different interior hour. That's 420 if you take a hit at 420. Any day now says when you kill me, you get 469 souls.
Nice. They're called runes.
Ouch. ASC presents with $2 rant about the new hit review show Mint Salad Saw. Mint Salad Saw is really fun. Mint pumps out these movie reviews. I don't know where she finds time to watch so many movies and review them. Except that everybody doesn't understand how I find time to do that either, so I guess we do it the same way. I love the costumes. Every time I see
her
Mint...
Thor review was really fun because it's like Mint, daughter of Salad, reviews Thor. The
thumbnail on that I looked at, and it made me think, why wasn't Mint Salad cast as Lady Thor? Like, that was my immediate thought, was I would rather see Mint Salad play Lady Thor than fucking Natalie Portman. Like, seriously, everybody in the chat right now, go to ASE Presents, look at the thumbnail of this short, and tell me that Mint Salad would not make a great Thor. She has the personality for it. If you've seen the Thor movies, you know what I'm talking about.
She would definitely throw cups on the ground.
She would be everything. She would be an amazing Thor. It just makes sense. She wouldn't have to act. She could just be herself. And you would be like, yeah, that checks out. That's Thor.
Mint Thor lad.
Give her a hammer and you will be afraid of what she will do with that hammer. The same way you're supposed to be.
I'm afraid of her without the hammer.
Yeah, you don't need the hammer.
Beat that, Thor.
And I would also watch Mint as Batman. So, like, basically, and Spider-Man. All of the Mint Salad reviews convince me that I really want Mint to be a superhero. Like, I actually think that Mint Salad makes a more inspiring female superhero than any of what we're getting from Marvel and DC. Like, I don't find Gal Gadot particularly inspiring the way I do Mint Salad. I don't find that bitch Brie Larson.
Hey, we love Brie Larson.
I just couldn't remember her name, so I filled in with that until I remembered. But yeah, she's not inspiring, not like Mint Salad. Yeah, no. Mint's Clear Court says she definitely has the look based on that thumbnail. I'm telling you. Any day now says if you're not on TikTok, consider getting on there. You would understand it immediately. Don't worry, I am. My problem with TikTok is I'm not sure how it benefits you in any way to be successful on TikTok. Like, so, the most successful people I know on TikTok are all getting taken off, but it was John Breaks Bad News, just had his TikTok deleted. He was at, like...
Whistling Diesel constantly gets his TikToks deleted.
And, you know, John just saw it as this is a way to get people to go to my YouTube and my other shit. Like, I'm not making any money off the TikTok. It's just there to draw in viewers. How effective was that, though? Like, John Breaks Bad News hasn't become massively famous from having a 500,000 TikTok that got deleted, you know? Like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like having TikTok success does that much for you. It's literally just, like, for the gratification of being popular. I do not want to be popular. I want to make money. I want to make as much money as I can with the fewest people knowing who I am. That would be ideal. If you can make, like... Imagine being a billionaire no one's heard of. Can you even fucking fathom how cool that would be? Now, granted, most of those people are probably doing really terrible things with that money, because billions is
or
like...
cool things.
Billions is too much. I shouldn't say billions. It would be cool to have, like, a couple $1 million.
I would love
Any
to...
more than that, and people are going to be trying to sue
$1 billion.
you all the time.
I want $1 billion.
$1 billion?
$1
what
billion.
With $1 billion?
Live forever.
$4 million and you could live forever.
No, not anymore. Not in this economy.
Okay, maybe $10 million.
$1 billion. $1 billion.
Personally, I would like $20 million.
You can have 20 million, and I can have 980 million.
You can have whatever you want. I want $20 million. I'll be good.
Nope, not $1 billion. Okay, I'll have 900.
But if I had $20 million and nobody knew about it, that would be fucking awesome. I just want no one to know I have it at all. Like, people can know I have a lot of money. They can see me spending money and know that I have money. They don't need to know how much money it is. A single billion is too much. A billion is too much money. There's only 200 or 2,000 billionaires. There's only 2,000 people with $1 billion. That is very easy to track. I can literally just Google list of billionaires and tell you who all of them are. I don't want that. I want $20 million and total anonymity. We are at $199.10 in chat revenue for this stream. That means we're about to crack $200. I'm excited.
Whoa, I've just been summoned by Melania.
You guys are slowly but steadily buying a house for us. So thank you. So we need it. We need a place. We need a place to do this shit. Kill these zombies. Some sort of ring where we can do Elden. This looks like Dark Souls 3. This looks like the starting area of Dark Souls 3.
This is the Mogwin Palace.
It's fucking with my head how much it looks like the start of Dark Souls 3, because I thought it was for a second. What is that? That wasn't in Dark Souls 3. There are so many people for whom $200 will make the difference between suffering and prosperity. That is true. But probably only momentarily, if we're being honest. $200 is not going to carry you very far. Unless you really make something out of it. I want to learn what is the best way to red paperclip your way through life. You ever heard the parable of the red paperclip? Or I'll explain. Someone trades a red paperclip with someone else for like something equally useless seeming that person doesn't care about but wants the red paperclip. And so you end up with this other thing, and then someone else wants that thing from you for an exchange for something else, and the story goes, you keep trading, you end up with some fucking insanely awesome thing, and you started with a stupid red paperclip. And it's all about perception and how different things matter to different people for, contextual reasons. So like, $100, $200, maybe it'll last you an afternoon, maybe it'll last you the rest of your life. It all depends on how you reinvest it and the chain of circumstances you find yourself in, of what you can do with the money or know how to do with the money. But probably $200 will not carry you very far. Unless, if you give $200 American dollars to someone living in a third world country where that money is worth 10 times or 100 times or however much more, then yes, $200 make a massive difference. Praise with $2. Can you rant about the Fate series?
I like Fate. I think Fate's fun.
I like some aspects of Fate. Fate seems like you seem like the person who would be like the right audience for it because you like history.
Yeah.
And
it's a little weird. The characters get a little kooky, but it's fine.
What's your favorite Fate?
I don't know. I watched them all at once.
What do you remember? Who stood out? What characters did you like?
Weaver's a character.
Waver Velvet.
Waver Velvet, and
got a poster
Alexander. Alexander's a lot of fun.
These assholes. There we go.
Gilgamesh is fine.
Nobody could see this on the stream, but I've just unfurled this Waver and Writer wall scroll.
I really
Victor
don't
bought
like
ages ago.
Archer. The one Archer. He's not fun.
You're not Gar for Archer?
No, I'm not Gar for Archer. I really let that guy. Like it's kind of the same problem I have with Jotaro Kujo. of like, you
It's just
don't
like an
care,
edgy
why
cool
would
guy.
I, you know?
I like that you have that mentality to characters like that.
Well, it's just not interesting storytelling.
It's like I want to see characters who are trying to accomplish something. Yeah, like part 5, Giorno.
Yeah. Gang Star.
What were we answering? What was the question we were answering?
Oh.
All right, Fate. I like Tosaka Rin.
Rin is cool.
She's really, 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 really attractive.
Sure.
And I'd like to cosplay her sometime. And Fate Zero was cool. I agree. Ryder and Waver were the heart and soul of that series. The Banquet of Kings scene is my favorite part. I think Urobuchi Gen is very similar to what's his name? The guy who directed The Dark Knight, Christopher Nolan. And that both of them are writers who like taking these big themes and like putting them straight out in front of like the characters are literally talking about the themes and like what they stand for and what they represent. You get a lot of that in Psycho Pass and in Fate Zero, and it leads to really great scenes for like contextualizing an idea and being able to reference back to it. So like, you know, the sort of parable, I guess, of how it tells the story of King Arthur and what Ryder is criticizing about the way that she rules is the most interesting concept in the show. That kind of transcends the show itself as just an interesting idea that was put into media well. So like stuff like that happens to be a part of the franchise appeals to me a lot. Whereas like the actual Fate Stay Night story, I couldn't give less of a fuck. Like I hate the format of it because it's all just characters meeting and having conversations. It's like characters show up in a place somewhere in town, usually in the middle of the fucking road, and it's just like two people will show up and start having long expository conversations that I don't care about. And usually, like, I just want to know what the result is. Like, okay, who's gonna die? Who's gonna live? Like, why do we have to talk about it for 20 fucking minutes?
I just got summoned by Glizzy Gobbler.
Glizzy Gobbler. That's a great name. I think what it is with Fate is I was already a big fan of the movie X 1999, based on the manga by Clamp, which was never completed.
Clamp!
And the idea of X 1999 is that it's set in Tokyo, and it's this apocalyptic battle between the Dragons of Heaven and the Dragons of Earth, which are both 7-person factions, and each person has some kind of unique power or control over something. And so the movie, which is almost incomprehensible because it's condensing this whole manga down into a film, but nonetheless is extremely entertaining because like every character and every death is just like really memorable and presented in this really aesthetically cool way. And it ends in the fucking apocalypse. So like that movie had stuck with me really hard, and I think going into something like Fate, I see a lot of similarities in the way that it's structured and like the overall conceit of the war of these people and their special powers, but there's just so much extra stuff in terms of how it's all executed. And like I feel like there's a lot of viewers who want things to be as like mechanically complicated as possible because it's like more to keep track of and think about. I prefer things to be as mechanically simplistic and straightforward as possible so that it's like just the themes and the other stuff that I'm more worried about and the characterization. So like for me, when characters all start like going into all this depth about like what their powers do and all that crap, that I start tuning out, and that's a lot of Fate. A lot of it is people just explaining why they are capable of doing whatever they're doing, and I'm just like, just do the fucking thing. Just do it. I literally don't care why you can do it. Just do it. So that's, I think, what sets me like into just like the wrong type of person to watch Fate. It just doesn't click with me. Quiet does music with $15. Says rant about posthumous albums. You know, I think Circles was posthumous, right, by Mac Miller,
I don't know.
and that was really good. I was not a Mac Miller fan before his death, and that album had like this very spacey vibe that I don't remember if he was. I think he died before it came out. I think he had finished working on it, so it wasn't like a totally, like it wasn't cobbled together, like unfinished or whatever, like a lot of stuff is. But, I probably would have never appreciated him as an artist at all if that album hadn't been released. So, like, I think there can be great posthumous albums. I think it's unfortunate when people sort of take advantage of an artist's death to just, like, dig up all their like half finished unreleased shit and dump it out there. Like on the one hand, like from a critical perspective, I could look at something like the Extentacion posthumous releases and be like, oh, they're not good albums. But like, does that mean that that these tracks shouldn't have seen the light of day when like there's gonna be people who might connect with them or resonate with them? Like maybe X didn't want these songs to be out there. Like maybe they wouldn't, maybe they could reputationally damage him or something like that. But like at the same time, he's dead, so those ambitions hardly fucking matter. Like I don't know. I feel like as a fan, I always am gonna want to see as much as I can from any artist. Like I hope when I die that all my shit gets published because I've got so much shit. Like so many half-written, unpublished works that like have some spark of something in there that might connect with somebody, and I'd love for that stuff to be found, even if it disappoints people that they'll never get to see the full version. I don't want to release it while I'm alive in a half-formed state if it's something I still think I might update or could come back to or think doesn't represent me anymore. But that doesn't mean that, like, historically it's not interesting or doesn't say something interesting about me as an artist. So, like, I've spent a lot of time sort of fantasizing about, like, yes, after I die, I've got to leave in my will that, like, one of my brothers has to go through my hard drive and, like, release all my unfinished content to, put out some vlogs about what I was up to or something. Most people are hoping that their hard drive gets burned after they die, I think, or thrown into a lake, but... Oh, my voice is really hoarse from doing that bong hit. That shit hit me hard. I really like Kara no Kyokai though, right? What does that do that I like? It's not... I don't think it's that similar to Fate in that way. Like, it's not as hung up in, like, lore and being overly complicated. It does get kind of complicated when you get to, like, movies 5 and 7, but nowhere near to the extent that Fate is. It's so much more of, like, a moody tone and theme and character piece. Like, to me, the central point of that series is the exploration of Shiki and whatever the fucking guy, Mikia, their personalities and relationship and like what effect they had on one another and basically trying to come to terms with being themselves. And it's like a coming of age story, it's not ridiculously complicated. Like when I think of Fate, I can't even think of like who am I supposed to root for. Like obviously Shiro is the main character, but Jesus Christ, everyone is really unlikable in Fate is I guess another way of putting it, and like that's also true of Fate Zero. But like Gen the Butcher has a way of making unlikable characters that are still really compelling to watch because they are thematically interesting. Whereas Fate, the characters are just fucking brats, and I don't care about them. So that's probably a big part of it. Whereas like Kara no Kyokai, the characters are like there's only 2 or 3 of them, and they get a lot more focus. So it's kind of, it got that intimacy where even if there's problems I have with them, I also probably relate to the characters a lot more. Like Shiki is I come to light novels to hear tales from other dissociates, from other people with dissociative disorders. So if the more the story completely comments on that, like Boogie Pop or Cardo Kyokai, the more it probably works for me. I can't deal with characters explaining things instead of just letting me see it and be immersed. Yeah, exactly.
Kakegurui likes to explain things, but it didn't break your immersion. I like Kakegurui a lot. I watched all of it in a weekend.
The
I
fact
think
that
it's
you
really
watched
cute.
it means now I have to watch it, because now I have to talk about it.
It's just a really funny show.
When that show first started coming out, it was the most popular show of that season, and
I avoided it for a really long time.
I did too. And like, it was gonna be me and Best Guy Ever were gonna talk about it, because I was trying to pick like what's the most popular show this season that we can do a weekly show on, and I watched like I think half the first episode, and just the aesthetic. It was a show where I immediately recognized who it was for, that it wasn't for me, and that my opinion would not be interesting on it because of that. Because like if it's like, I knew it was going to be hugely successful and popular and people were going to legitimately like it, and so the take that I should have is, why is this show good? And I can't do that for a show that's currently airing that I don't personally like, because it takes me a while to like actually figure out what people like about a show that I don't immediately like, And so with Kakegurui, it was like, if I talk about the first episode of this and I'm just like grossed out with the aesthetic or whatever, then nobody's going to like that. It's not going to be a successful video. Whereas now that it's a show with 2 seasons, I could marathon the whole thing, figure out like what are these characters about, what are the themes of the story, and then like, break it down in more of an understanding way. Which is sort of where I've been at, like with my recent content. It's like a lot of shows that I probably wouldn't have watched, just based on the first episode, but I could tell that like, hey, people like this for a reason. Let's figure out what that reason is, And that's definitely a show that falls into that category of like, obviously people like it for a reason, for a good reason. It is a good story, whether it appeals to me or not. I just got to figure out what's good about it.
It's ethics and gambling. That's my short answer.
Okay. See, that sounds like something I can work with.
Super chats.
Yeah, we're kind of running low on super chats here. We're getting close to the 3-hour mark, so I'm thinking this might have to wrap up pretty soon if we don't get a major injection, a major steroid boost, steroid injection of super chat, super set.
Oh look, it's Baldy.
Baldy.
See, because he's Blade, he's Baldy.
I see. For someone who never took any interest in Kakegurui, it looks like a much worse aesthetically pleasing Monogatari. I know I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's more of like a kaiji, like a big gambling game show type thing. Trixie, you probably don't remember me, but I used to patron you back in 2019-2020. You did rants for a South Park episode, and the character Bakugo from My Hero Academia, I paid you $1 for a Green Day rant, but I guess the timing of my request was a little awkward. I paid for it after RideCon 4 during the neurotyping chart arc.
What does he want?
I asked you for a Green Day rant, because I can definitely rant about Green Day. It's funny you say that, because as a patron, I did have it's probably still available because I don't know if I hid this, but a like 20-minute Green Day rant that was just released to patrons. That's like a patron exclusive thing. So it's possible that I didn't do it because I already had that and maybe intended to link it to you or something. But Green Day, I got babysat by the drummer of Green Day when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah. Wait, did I not tell you about this?
No.
You didn't know I met Green Day?
No, that's cool.
Oh boy. All right. So Lollapalooza, 1994. My parents were running a clothes stall, and my dad is from the San Jose, Silicon Valley area, the Bay Area, which is also where Green Day is from. They got big from San Francisco. So They bonded over being California people on a tour, and my
Oh,
dad
that's terrible.
gave them like free clothes and shit in exchange for watching the kids when he wanted to go off and do shit. So yeah, he occasionally left us with. I specifically remember skipping rocks with Trey Cool on a lake.
That's fun. That's Trey
I couldn't
Cool.
figure out how to do it, but he was trying to show me and Vic, and he was skipping them like 8 fucking skips. Badass rock skipper.
Damn.
And we were just like, I have no idea. But yeah, cool dude. And then, like, at the time, I didn't even know their music, because this was like when Dookie just came out. So I ended up getting into the album after that tour, and Basket Case has always been my favorite song from them. I think probably that song says a lot about me, and it always has. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about everything and nothing at once? Apparently you do. Landon's with $2 says, I met Billy Joe and was hammered. Super sick guys. I bet. Billy Joe seems... I'd probably get along with him. I declare I don't care no more. So yeah, I think Dookie is actually a really good album. I think
like
there's
Dookie.
a couple songs I don't like on there, but for the most part, yeah, just hit after hit, tons and tons of great fucking songs. Most of their stuff leading up to Dookie is a little too like straightforward and ramshackle for me, I guess. It just doesn't hit as hard as like in the uniqueness front, where Dookie's like so inventive and you got, songs that sound totally different from each other all over it. And I don't think any of the albums after that are particularly incredible until American Idiot, which is another one where there's a couple songs I don't love on there. Extraordinary Girl could probably get left in a fucking dumpster somewhere. Or even What's Her Name. But, for the most part, really, really interesting album. It tells a great story. It had a lot of impact on me because I knew a lot of people who were who reminded me of the characters in the story and the whole environment it was presenting. From the 7-Eleven to the fear of breaking down. Like, that whole atmosphere, But I also think every album they've done since then is garbage. And I can't even name a song I've liked from them since, I think.
I like 21 Guns.
I hated that song. 21 Guns.
21 Guns. Lay
Yeah,
down your arms. Give
That album
up
came
the
out, and
fight.
I was immediately like, "Oh, this is just you're really trying to recapture American Idiot, but without the like concept behind it." Yeah, I haven't liked anything they've done since then, but Dookie is definitely my favorite album from theirs. American Idiot would be second, and then everything else. There's songs here and there. Brain Stew, good ass song. Especially with the single version where it transitions into the other song. Thank you. And now I got the closure I needed from 2 years ago. No problem. Always happy to help. Sorry it took so long. Especially when I had things to say. Green Day is a band I obviously had a very long relationship with, considering everything. It's just funny that like as a little kid, like there was that period where I listened to Dookie a whole lot, and it was like that REM's album that had Losing My Religion, but I only listened to that song. So I just listened to Losing My Religion, a few songs from Dookie, and a few songs from Sublime's self-titled. And then I know we had Nirvana's Nevermind, and like I accidentally ruined and damaged it, but I was never into it. It was too aggressive for me as a kid, I think. But yeah, like I never ended up buying any of their other albums until American Idiot, and even that, like when American Idiot came out, I was not happy about it because I saw it as like they got really dramatic, especially with like Wake Me Up When September Ends. I was like,
I like that song.
bad. Oh, I love it now. At the time though, I was just like, ooh, they got all mature. Because I used to hate any time that I saw a band as like trying to be mature now. Like, oh, we've grown up. We're not doing that punk rock anymore. Now we're all serious. But once I actually got into the album, I was like, no, this is great. This is a good evolution. I just don't think they've done any good evolution since then. Particularly whatever the hell they were doing on Father of All Motherfuckers. The singles from that were god-awful. I think I did actually try to listen to that whole album one time, and yeah, it was really terrible. I think they have had another since then.
Uno, Dos, Tres.
That was before that. That was
okay.
after... It was the one with 21 Guns, which was like... I can't even... 21st Century Breakdown. And then Uno Dos Tres, and then Revolution Radio, and then Father of All Motherfuckers, and then I think they have like another new one, but I haven't heard it. Landed with $5. 2018, went to a gay Green Day. Listen, you don't gotta do a 3-hour set. I literally got so drunk I fell asleep because it had to drive me home. Lol. They probably feel like they have to when you have like 25 albums that all have like different fan bases, you know, like... Because there's the fans who are like, oh, I really like Nimrod, you know. Or, oh, actually, I totally skipped over Warning, which actually was the one Green Day album I did buy, because it was that like that was when I finally had money. Like I was 12 years old, and that was when like I started having an allowance sometimes, and so. You know, having grown up with Green Day, they just put out a new album, and it was really weird. I probably wouldn't like it as much now as I did at the time, because I was, like, willing to give it that extra shot. That's their earthy album, as they call it. Lots of acoustic guitars and, like, more conventional pop structures and stuff. But, like, they've kind of talked about how, like... the attempt to try and do something new, like, exceeded the attempt to try and do something meaningful on that album. And that was why, like, American Idiot, they really, like, they were considering, like, shutting down the band. They were like, we're out of ideas and we suck. Until he, you know, got the core concept for American Idiot. And, like, when I go back listening to Warning now, I'm like, yeah, this is by far the most hateable album, but also it's charming in its own way. You got cute songs. It's very like Disney. It's like a Disney punk rock album. I'm thinking of the song Castaway, where it's like, lost and found, trouble bound, castaway. You know, it's very gay, I guess. And, yeah, I don't think anyone remembers that album when they talk about Green Day. But, that's the only one I actually, like, bought with my own money.
Another person is asking about Don
People are always asking about Don Jolly. Nobody knows what happened to Don Jolly. I promise you, if he wanted people to know where he was, we would probably know. I really think he probably doesn't want people to know where he is, or else we would know. You know, and smart people be like that. They know when it's time to disappear.
I work in a mountain.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I have no fucking idea. I have no clue. I hope he's living...
Well,
yeah. That's the best way I can put it. I hope he's alive and well. He still shows up in, recut, Sam Hyde videos. If you need to get your Don Jolly fix, there's a video with his name in the title just a couple days ago from the new pill, so... You know, the content's out there. What happened to Jesse? He's still on Patreon. Every time someone asks, it's like, bruh, he's been here the whole time. He just posted to Patreon. But yeah, Jesse's always around. He's lives in Texas. He's got his own place now.
good for him.
I'd like to have my own place now. And that's why I'm loving the super chats. We did, in fact, cross that $200 threshold, so thank you to the people who put us above there. Where are you right now?
I'm in the Altus Plateau.
Right. I haven't been here yet. That's why I keep getting, like... It's like, this game... I love the open world in this game. I do think a lot of the areas kind of look like just color swap versions of each other. Like, this doesn't look that different from Limgrave. It's just more orange. But, you know...
It's more royal, too.
it's still cool. I still like it. I still like looking at it. Yeah, Jess bombs every month, pretty much. I always think it's funny. Jesse and Don Jolly are the two people I get asked about, and I think it's less because they are like missing per se, and more that like the people who like them a lot have them in like a hierarchy just above me, if that makes sense. Because people do this all the time where they ask other people about me, like people around me who they view as like less famous than I am, or less like hard for them to touch, I guess. It's a weird... Everyone does this with people that they think are famous, where they have, like, certain hierarchies of what they think they... I shouldn't say everyone. Everyone except for the people who have, like, broken out of this mindset, like us, where, like... If I was in the same room as, say, Will Smith tomorrow, I wouldn't think, oh, I am forbidden to communicate with Will Smith.
Will Smith.
He's Will Smith. I would think, well, do I have anything to say to Will Smith right now? No. All right, I'm not going to talk to him. If I, for some reason, had something that I thought Will Smith needed to hear, I'd walk up to him and I'd say it. I don't care who he is, you know? But, like, there's tons and tons of people who put themselves in this weird frame of mind where, like, oh, I can't talk to Trixie, but maybe I can talk to some of the people around Trixie, you know? And then I end up hearing about this stuff, and I'm always offended by it. Because, like, if you go to someone else instead of going to me, I will automatically, like, dock a point of how much I respect you, you know? Like, it just... Because you are showing disrespect to those people by, like, sort of suggesting that their time is somehow worth less than mine would have been, or that, like, they are more accessible than I am. Like, I don't know. To me, it's a really gross approach, and, like, I am the most accessible fucking person in the world. So if you're going to someone else before you're going to me, you're making a huge mistake, you know? Like, way easier to get a hold of me. But... And if I'm not responding to you, it means I don't care and won't. Going to someone else isn't going to help with that. But, like, you know, I see it all the time, and I do think in the case of someone like Jess, it's like, I don't know, how hard would it be to ask him how he's doing?
Just give him money.
Just go to his Patreon, just leave a comment, you know. But I get it, because it's kind of like, well, I don't know where, you know, If from your perception he's just kind of disappeared, then it's like, well, who do I know that I can come to about this, you know? But my mentality is like, if you really care, search him down, you know, go find him. Like, if you want to know what happened to Don Jolly, fucking go to Austin and start scouring the streets, assuming he's still there, you know? That's the last place I knew him to be, but that was fucking years ago, and he travels a lot. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I've never had the experience of going to someone else to ask them where someone else is. It's always seemed very strange to me. No offense to the people who literally just did this to me in the chat. Again, I understand where you're coming from. Just like, I don't know. I'm not anyone's keeper. I don't know where... If you can't figure out where they are, I can't figure out where they are, probably. You know? All I do is make YouTube videos all day. You see all of the interactions I have with people on the internet.
Like the stream, please. Friendly reminder.
I think you mean donate to the stream, please.
Both. Like, donate.
Like, comment,
suck my
subscribe,
penis.
ring the bell. Please subscribe
Vote
and
5
please don't
stars.
cry. Just leave a comment if you love it, hate it, what would you rate it? You're the best, you're the best. What should I review next?
What should I... Alright, let's kill some tree sentinels.
What's up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter? It's your man Dame Drops with another super official food review. Can you dig it, baby? I know you can. Hey, listen, man.
You're not Dame Drops.
It's the best intro. So long, so wordy, so fast, so intense. Alright. Nobody's talking in the chat anymore. It's completely dead. I've terrified everybody. I've implied that anything you say will offend me and send me into a fury. I've become inaccessible and obscure. M says I'll unsubscribe and resubscribe for y'all. Perfect. All of my stats are up except my subscribers, which is always a good thing. Like if I go to my analytics, I mean,
I'm typing a super chat. Hold on. I mean, we're not gonna end it immediately.
Yeah, not without warning. But yeah, the channel analytics are like, your views are up, your money is up, your time is up, your subscribers are down by 200 this month, and I'm like, all right, good. I want the dead subs to bleed away because it's really sad to have a channel that has so many dead subs. YouTube does not consider them to be real subscribers. Like YouTube is like, hey, your videos are growing right now. You're becoming a bigger channel with your 15,000 views, and I'm like, I see. Lightspace Space says, I don't think you're less than either. I was just interested. No, I know. I'm not really responding to you per se as much as I get asked about Jesse and Don Jolly a lot. Like every couple of days, somebody asks me like, where's Jesse or where is Don Jolly? And I'm always like, particularly with Jesse, I'm like, I don't know how you could lose track of him.
He's around.
He's just been on Patreon the whole time. Well, just because he releases every single month. He's very consistent. It's just that it's all in Patreon. So, like, unless you subscribe to the Patreon, it's always going to seem like he's gone. But as soon as you do subscribe, it's like there's no longer a question. Whereas Don Jolly, legitimately, I don't know where he is. But, again, I get asked all the time. And maybe this is my own insecurity speaking to some degree, because those are both people who I have put above myself throughout my career as people who I've sort of said are like, oh, these are the greatest content creators, or like these are the people who, who I am like pumping up. So,
Landon just gave us $5.
Thanks, Landon.
Thank you, Landon.
Where is Bird Stork? What happened?
I'm right
what
here.
Happened to him?
Bird Stork is right here, talking on the stream currently. I had disappeared for a while, but I am
sent me into a
here.
maladaptive daydream about how I might go about making sure my favorite web celebrities aren't just dead when they go dark on the internet. But it's cool. I'm back now. Lol. Yeah, I've definitely known several people who either I know died or I strongly suspect died. Mostly as a result of revolutions in various countries.
Dame Pesos.
Dame Pesos, who I never knew, but he's an example of a person who like must be dead. Like, unless he really went into deep tier hiding, because he was somebody who, like, his public presence was not very personal. He never showed his face. He never shared any personal details. Never shared his name. But his country was in the middle of massive civil unrest, and then he disappeared from the internet, and it's been more than a year. So, like, it seems kind of hard to think that he's not dead. And there was another guy who I did know, an anime blogger named Anime Critique, who spelled Kritik, whose blog is amazing. If you're into like really fucking obscure shit, you should read his blog, because he was part of like this really weird doujin translation group, and everything he talked about in that realm would be like the most obscure stuff possible. But he also is a big Leiji Matsumoto fan, so he has shit tons of writing on Leiji Matsumoto, by far the most in-depth stuff I've ever seen about it. And he lived in Thailand, and they had like a major insurgence or something, and he had said something indicating that he had to like lay low or something to do with it, and then just never reappeared on the internet. So that's a guy that I'm and feel fairly certain he's probably dead. There was another anime blogger named 2D Kaleidoscope who was a teacher in Japan, and I don't know why, but at some point he deleted his blog, erased his internet presence, and never made himself known again. And I don't know if he was going to kill himself or if he just needed to not have a web presence for reasons in his personal life, but I've never seen any indication of that dude's existence again. There was one anime blogger who died of cancer. He was like a manga blogger. I was never really friends with him, though. But Anime Critique and 2D Kaleidoscope are the two people who I was like the closest with that just disappeared one day. And like they never came back, and I have no reason to think they're alive.
We did get a super chat.
Where?
You scrolled past. You missed it.
Any day now at $2. Looking at multifamily homes, good prices in area.
In Aries.
In Aries.
Maybe that's a place. I don't know.
They meant to say area.
We're not looking at multifamily homes right now. We are considering something like a townhouse.
Yeah, like maybe a townhouse with a house with only one neighbor.
Yeah.
Like, as long as I don't have neighbors on both sides. Because, like, doing this job, the recording job, very difficult to do if you have any kind of sound disturbance or are going to create any kind of sound disturbance. So, generally, you want to have at least half of your house where you can be loud.
Yeah. And then, after I might get transferred to a different mountain eventually, and so we might sell or rent that townhouse afterwards and get a different thing, or truck and trailer.
Our goal is
full-time.
to be the type of people who own properties and are never really in one place. That's my perfect vision of a future, is owning properties that are managed by probably other people while we are away. But, that's awful ambitious. A lot of things to learn. If it means anything, I consider you one of those lofty YouTube geniuses. Thank you very much. I think, maybe one day I will see myself as a lofty YouTube genius. I don't think I've gotten there quite yet. But getting into my 30s has helped a lot, I think. I think my mental block against regarding myself as an adult until I was 30 has lifted, and now I can be smart.
I don't know what's happening here.
This is very strange, yeah. Bird, if Trixie dies, please make an announcement.
What? Yeah, duh.
I think you could count on Victor probably to produce some kind of documentation about me, or Shade. I think they would do some kind of tribute piece to me. If I just suddenly died.
Trixie dies, tell us.
Yeah, you guys will know. You'll know. People will find out if I die. I mean, it'll be obvious because I have never disappeared for that long on the internet. So if I really was gone for like 6 months, people would be like, oh, she's definitely dead. Like, Aura Luna with $5. Been animating recently. Would love to use your music. May I? Have any recent songs you want to see used? Thinking I'll draw it like Breaking the Habit. Absolutely, you can use my songs. Honestly, do whatever you're inspired to do. I would hate to put any kind of like expectation on you, because animating is really fucking hard and time consuming, and I wouldn't want you to feel like you were like committed to trying to realize something that wasn't exactly like, what you were already inspired to do. I guess my request would be pick a song from either the Best Of album or Hurricane Season, because those are the things I kind of want to keep promoting. Like, I have a lot of older music I am not necessarily trying to like acknowledge or continue promoting. So, yeah, like anything that's on the Best Of release would be particularly, and Hurricane Season, anything produced by Cranberry Dave, because that's who, like, I want to really, working with Vizier and Cranberry Dave is a big part of where I'm trying to go as a musician. So anything involving them is, like, the safest bet in terms of something I would find useful. But, for your own enjoyment, do whatever the hell you want. Go crazy. If you could draw, if you are capable of drawing it like Breaking the Habit, I will definitely be impressed because that thing looks really cool. I don't remember the name of the guy who animated that. It's the same guy who did the Kill Bill animated scene. I'll paint it on the walls, 'cause I'm the one that falls. What do you think about that voice?
That was alright.
Landon with $5 says, Bird, you ain't good. 1v1 me in Pokemon. Also, Trixie, when are we doing an anime stream? Mad questions, Senpai. I told you, we gotta watch Go Sick, and then we can do an anime stream.
I've never claimed to be good
Are you talking about a stream where we talk about anime or just watch anime? Like, do you want to stream, like, an anime to watch? Because we could, I don't know, maybe set up some kind of anime club streaming show where, like, people watch animes together. That would be neat. It's really hard to get away with stuff like that without getting it taken down, but, you know, if we don't save the VOD, maybe we can get away with it on Twitch or something. Just anything, Landon says. Sure, we'll figure something out. We'll figure out some kind of streaming party. That's what we really need to have. It's like a party with all of our internet friends where we can fucking talk about whatever,
Tapes.
like, have a good time. Not so, like, rigidly structured as, like, all right, let's all watch this show and talk about it at the end of the week. I want something more like we get together and watch something and, like, react to it, you know, like, with the internet people, like, with the 50 or so people that tend to turn up to these things, you know, who are interested in, like, hanging out with us as live personas, I guess. Fucking Chasey. Okay, but seriously, is Don Jolly dead? I don't know! I hope not. But you have to understand, from my perspective, this dude is as mysterious as he could imaginably be. He showed up out of nowhere. I had never heard of him, had no perception of who he was until someone sent me a link to one of his videos on Twitter. His channel was only a couple months old. I binged his content. He turned out to already be a fan of me because he had seen my Maid Dragon videos. And then just by virtue of the fact that he was moving from New York to Austin at the time, he stopped by my house on the way and hung out for a couple days. We did some podcasts, and that was basically the last I talked to him. Like, he was really active on Twitter at the time, so it, you know, we were like that Twitter mutual friends kind of thing at a time when I was spending a lot of time on Twitter, so that felt even more like closer to a friendship, I guess, but it really was like I was Twitter mutuals. Like, I don't know Don Jolly on that personal level where, like, I would feel comfortable asking him about his life and what's going on with him and where he's at and all that kind of stuff. And I certainly wouldn't want to share all that with the internet. So, like, you know, it's just, I'm so fascinated by the phenomenon of me being asked about him that it's entertaining. That's why I keep talking about it. Eventually I'm going to get sick of even bringing it up and just stop answering altogether, but it is really fascinating to me. I don't know what's worth fighting for, why I have to scream. I don't know why I instigate and say what I don't mean. I don't know how I got this way, I'll never be alright. So I'm breaking the habit. Breaking the
Stop it. No more of this.
I'm breaking
Please, I'm serious.
tonight. Sorry, I ran out of super chats. Trixie Linkin Park cover album when? As soon as I can learn how to produce music. I would probably want to cover, like, Faint. Faint is my favorite Linkin Park song. I can't feel the way I did before. I can't sing these well at a reasonable volume, so I'm not going to try.
Thank you. I've got to use the restroom.
Oh, well, maybe I will then. Maybe I'll belt it out
Lord.
while you're peeing. No, my throat is fucked. been speaking for 3.5 hours in between taking bong hits, so I'm not really in the throat space to start belting out Linkin Park, which is particularly brutal to try to sing. I can do the rap bits. I am a little bit insecure, a little unconfident, as you don't understand to do what I can, and sometimes it don't make sense. I am what you never want to say, but I never had a doubt. It's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. So I let go, watching you turn your back like you always do. Face away, pretend that I'm not, but I'll be thanks for all that I got. I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me, or I'll be ignored. This is the Fall of Troy version. What's a good Fall of Troy lyric? Do you think that I was joking? Oh, you really? Bring the bird! That's actually what they sound like. I'm not kidding. Do you think that I was joking? No. Any Follow Troy fans in the audience, anyone who's listened to Doppelganger. Open wide space and time to start the mind. Someone, please, Fall of Troy. Anybody? Anybody like Doppelganger? You remember FCP Remix? I don't wanna see the day. My words gonna make it say. Her heart in my hands. It's too bad, no regrets. Someone? Has my opinion on NHK changed at all? Nope. Haven't seen it since whenever I last talked about it, so. Nobody has heard Fall of Troy in this entire chat. Oh boy. Well, at least you all know the Linkin Parks. At least we can forfeit the game before somebody else takes you out of the frame and puts your name to shame. Cover up your face. You can't run the race. The pace is too fast. You just won't last. You love the way I look at you. The way I hurt myself again just to get back at you. You take away when I give in. My life, my pride is over. You like to think you're never wrong. You live what you learn. Landon with $2 says, here's 2 more. I'm going to hit the bar. See ya, Trixie. Later, Landon.
Bye, Landon.
Thanks for all the dough. Angry Marshmallow screams, I've heard of Fall of Troy. Thank you. While I not follow Troy, but I have been listening to Galnerius for like 15 years. Ah, you've been hunting for your dream! For 15 years now, huh? I'll go listen to Fall of Troy after the stream. Good. Listen to Doppelganger. That's the only album that's really particularly like noteworthy. The other albums are probably fine in places, but Doppelganger is classic spaz metalcore, not metalcore, more like the post-hardcore screamo-ish realm, but like way more technical. I like to consider them like a progressive post-hardcore or something like that, you know. It's similar to Protest the Hero, but I don't like them, and Dance Gavin Dance, but I don't like them. You live what you learn. You live what you learn. I first heard Linkin Park's Crawling in a Godzilla vs. Biolante AMV. Fit like a noose. That's hilarious. Do you like Versailles? I've only seen the first, 8 episodes of that a long time ago, but I do want to watch it. Actually, I plan to cover that for Anime Alphabet, for V. Versailles no Bara. So, we'll find out. Hell yeah, Galnerius, what do you think about their latest album? I have not heard it yet. With Galnerius, I've always kind of just been stuck on Resurrection, which I'm just realizing is what I named this stream. Without even thinking about the fact that I had the album's lyrics on the screen when this had to have been subconscious. But anyway, Resurrection is my favorite album of theirs, which was right after they switched singers, and I appreciate Yama B's voice, the old singer, but it would get very tiring. My favorite song from that era would be Braving Flag. We are under Braving Flag! And then, yeah, Resurrection is just, like, so many fucking killer songs on there. And, like, the ones that, like, the couple albums they did after that, I remember just thinking, like, it's just not quite as good. It's, like, almost the same, but not quite as good. So I haven't heard their latest yet, but I will be interested. Like, Protest the Queero. Am I going to watch the new Fully Cooley seasons? Maybe. I still haven't watched the alternative. I never watched that one, so I'd probably have to start there. Now that I know they're turning it into a whole fucking franchise, I think I might have to dissect each one of them. Have I ever listened to the Godspeed You Black Emperor album F sharp A sharp Infinity? I have not. Or maybe I have, but I didn't pay attention. I'm not that into... Godspeed You is a little too faint for me. A little too spacey, I guess. Not eventful enough. I like the Silver Mount Zion Memorial Orchestra's album, Fuck Off, Get Free, We Pour Light on Everything, though. That one was fun. Fully Cooley Grunge and Fully Cooley Shoegaze. I still don't understand why they're all genres of... It's just so dumb. Like, if you're gonna do that, why not make the music in the show then that genre? Like, was Fully Cooley original Fully Cooley pop punk? Why is Fully Cooley Progressive the same soundtrack? Why is it still The Pillows? Why didn't we use a progressive soundtrack? I don't understand the messaging here. Maybe it's all genres that could describe The Pillows. Maybe they could be considered progressive, alternative, grunge, and shoegaze to some extent. You know, they've got a couple songs that fit in to those moods. Fully Cooley live action Netflix show, no thank you.
It's happening.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm not ready. What? Are you serious?
Yeah. 2023.
Fully Cooley?
Yeah. FLCL.
I can't picture that. I can't picture it. I'm trying my hardest. I can't even imagine. M says no, he's lying. Are you sure you're not thinking of the Yu Yu Hakusho adaptation?
What?
The Fully Cooley. You're sure there's really a Fully Cooley live action being made? Let me look into this. Because we're getting 2 more seasons of Fully Cooley.
Oh,
that's what
maybe
we were
not.
talking
I don't know.
About. Okay. You had me scared there for a second. Because that would be fucking terrifying. But, I think you got the wires crossed between the Yu Yu Hakusho live action, which is already terrifying, and the Fully Cooley new seasons coming out. This time the studios making them have even less to do with the original. Great. I guess, they must have done pretty fucking well, those other 2 shows. Because, why else would they be doing another 2 shows? Do you want to wrap this up? Should we put a fork in it? You seem to be
I'm sorry. I'm just
part universe. Mostly, I'm saying this because we haven't gotten any super chats in a little while. So.
And I feel like people could like the stream a little more.
They could like the stream.
They could give us money. They could tell us that they love us. There's a lot of things that could be happening that aren't, to be honest. I feel like I haven't been bought a truck yet. Yeah,
that's true. I do feel like that's something we would have noticed.
Yeah, I would have noticed if there was a truck bought for me.
It feels like that would have left an impact of some kind, you know?
A truck-sized impact.
Like a carbon footprint of some sort. Trixie, just listen to East Hastings by Godspeed You Black Emperor and come back to us. Will do. Says, I love you. George Ripley says, I love you.
Oh, thanks. Now,
Beef Solar Dad says, I just got here. Hello.
Hello.
That's a cool
Did
name.
you like the stream, Beef Solar Dad?
Jacob Wagner with $2 says, a truck. Hey, there you go. You can buy a Hot Wheels truck.
Wow. But that I mean, I could probably find an actual truck for $2 somewhere. It wouldn't be great.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I mean, let's be
Wouldn't
real.
be great might be an understatement.
Like, I could probably buy a truck.
It would
now.
be shit. Might be a better way.
It would be bad though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a truck that would last forever. I'm
trying to get a Toyota.
Toyota Tacoma or Tundra. And
Yeah.
honestly, I'm leaning towards some of the older ones. Or honestly, importing like a Hilux or a Hilux Surf.
Oh man, a Hilux. Be so cool.
Big reason is diesel. Diesel's a really appealing option on those.
Even in this fuel economy. What do you think about that?
Sorry, what was?
Even
Yeah,
in this-
yeah. I don't care. I mean, you get better mileage. You can tow better. I don't know.
Aaron Harris says, "I love you, Bird Stirk."
Bird Stirk.
Bird Stirk. So like, my internet name officially, I want to be recognized as Trixie Stork.
Okay.
Because we are
Married.
So, if your internet name is Bird Stork, then I'm Trixie Stork. So, therefore, we are the Storks. So, when you speak of us, you speak of the Stork family, the Stork couple, I guess.
Yep.
We are bringing we're the start of a new line.
It's not a new line.
Well, contextually to how anybody else understands it, it's a new line.
Whoa, that was a cool ass move.
Clear
Look
Court
at
says, "I do love y'all very much. It's not truck-sized love, but it still matters." And then
It
two
does
question
matter.
marks within parentheses. Don't you just hate mowing the lawn? I do. I wrote a whole.
I don't mind mowing the
thing
lawn
about it
actually.
once.
I liked it. It was good.
Actually, I have warmed up to it a little bit. It depends on your mower, honestly, how much of a pain.
Your
in the ass
electric
your
one
mower-
sucked.
Yeah, that
was
thing's
a
a piece
terrible
of shit.
thing. Ryobi,
I got way
do
too
better.
small of a electric mower. Yeah, mowing the lawn is one of my least favorite things that there is. Actually, it's not fun. I always get other people to do it if I can, and the fact that you enjoy
Preferably
doing
shirtless?
it is why I will probably never do it again. Until the day you break a leg or something, that I have to do it. Which, currently, I don't think either of us has mowed the lawn in the place we're living in now.
I have.
Oh, you have?
Mhm.
Okay. So you're a lawnmower still. Does this make Trixie a mountain witch? I like the mountains. I'd like to spend the rest of my life in the mountains. So
I mean,
yes.
honestly, the place I drove through that I want to live in the most is a bypass highway we took to go to some national parks through Colorado above Denver.
Oh yeah, that place was.
That
awesome.
it was like
in the
fucking
Rockies.
15 to 20 campsites just on the highway. I want to live there
I
badly.
liked that place, but I didn't like that. Living there, your world feels very small because like you can't see past the like you're directly
I like
between the
that.
mountains.
I don't mind that.
I like being able to see.
It's like a pocket universe.
I would really love to live in the Shenandoah Valley.
That'd be
if
cool.
that was possible.
It is possible.
We'll have to because there's the place where my family like rented a cottage there once was just like it felt like walking through old world Japan as represented in anime. Like you're just like among the mountains and everything looks awesome, and it's a place where you can just like casually walk around anywhere and it would always be just like shockingly beautiful. Kind of like Nan Biori. And of course the countryside of Japan would also be a great place to live. So, if we once we visit Japan, if we end up being like, wow, actually, this is a place I want to live, then maybe we'll end up living there one day. But I doubt it. I don't think... You can't do as much fun shit in Japan as you can in America. They have cooler shit. But less ability to invent your own fun, I guess.
What are some
When the storks cry.
That's funny. What are some 12 to 13
Baby
episode
stork,
anime
baby.
that you might be interested in
Oh
Trixie
yeah.
watching?
What should I watch literally tonight? because I gave up on Witchcraft Works last night. I watched 3 episodes, and I was like, I would have to read the manga, and it's 18 volumes, and I'm just not that involved. I need some shows that I can just plow through, preferably that isn't trying to be super good. I've come to realize I have like almost an aversion to like if I watch a show that is very like ambitious, it's like I want it to be so good that it becomes harder to watch it fail. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever had that feeling?
It's so good you want it to fail? Yes, NCIS.
No, the opposite. It's so good that it hurts to watch it
Oh,
fail.
well then yes, NCIS.
Yeah. Like where you're like, this can be a 10 out of 10, but half the time it's like kind of disappointing. And so like when you see something that's not as ambitious but way more successful, then it's like there's a certain satisfaction of like, for instance, Shumatsu no Harem, where like that's like a 6 out of 10 show. I'm not saying it's great, but like my expectation for it was nothing. That this was going to be like completely thoughtless nonsense harem whatever. And so when I found out there was anything there that was intriguing, then that was like, ooh, this is neat, you know, this gives me something to talk about. If I like watch a show that obviously is built out of like trying to communicate these themes really well, and then it in any way doesn't, like that's the terror of like a Wonder Egg priority of that was a show that's like it started off and it was like really pretty and obviously has all these deep themes and all this like ambitious presentation, but right off the bat I was like, man, if this show goes to shit, it's just not gonna have been worth it at all. And that was most people's opinion, was that like, oh yeah, the ending really sucked and kind of made the whole thing not worth it. And like I'm still gonna watch that because enough people talked about it that I'm curious, but you know, that's it's that feeling of like stepping into a show like this, if it doesn't stick the landing, I'm going to be so let down that I'm not going to be able to make a positive review. Whereas if I, you know, walk into something that looks like shit and it turns out to be great, then it's going to be really fun, you know. Hey, Nino is here.
Hi, Nino.
Tips on how to resurrect a dead channel, please. You gotta put out constant videos.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even say my channel is not resurrected by my own standards yet. So once I've really fixed this thing, I'll tell you. But I really do think that everything on YouTube really revolves around hits, like hit videos. It's never about. It's people think it's more about consistency. It's only about consistency once you have success. You need the hit to get the success that you're trying to hold on to. But you will never... Like, consistency is never going to lead to the number suddenly getting larger. You know? It's like you need a video that gets 100,000 views, and then your next video has to try and keep those 100,000 people involved, and probably won't, but it has a way better shot, you know? And like, if the next video is like equally posed to do what the last one did, then it might go even further, you know? But like, it just needs to be that you have to have a video that on the face of it, everybody wants to see. Something has to blow up, and then the rest of it comes from there, you know? And like, I'm trying to figure out what that is, so like, I'm putting out all these videos, because every single one of them is something that I think could get 100,000 views. I don't know why they don't, or what would make them, but you know, it's just like as soon as that happens, the rest of it should just fall right into place. It's just, all right, one of them did it, now the rest of them have a chance, you know. There's absolutely no reason that a Mushoku Tensei video made by me would not have 300,000 views, you know, other than that my channel is not algorithmically sound. So, yeah, it's like you got to get the ball rolling, and then it just keeps rolling. But it's throwing darts at the board until something sticks every single time. This Juan with $5. Ever felt disappointed by an anime that everyone really likes and is very popular?
Mushoku Tensei.
Almost constantly, actually. That's kind of the basis of my career in a way. It really started with Sword Art Online, and it was so. Where I come from as an anime fan is like, I was already more hardcore than most people in like 2003, where like I was watching stuff that was on DVD and reading magazines and all this stuff
JoJo's
that
Bizarre Adventure.
not back then. That would be 2008 when I found out about that, which like even then I considered myself very late to the party. Like, wow, I've been an anime fan for 5 years and I've never heard of this extremely influential manga that like every manga I like was based on. That was how I felt in 2008 about discovering JoJo, whereas most people still had not even heard of it and wouldn't until the anime came out, you know.
I heard about it with Part 5, and that's when I started watching it. And I watched it a couple times on LSD. Actually, my first time I watched it was on LSD. And, you know, JoJo's is a very colorful and intense show, so it was a really good experience. I had a great time with it. And so I really love JoJo's, at least Part 5. The parts I find to fall flat are Part 3, because Jotaro Kujo is a very uninspiring character. This is a trope I have a lot in like a problem with a lot in anime. I'm kind of afraid of Berserk because I'm fearful that Guts is a character like Jotaro Kujo, and I might not like that.
Oh, not at all.
Okay, well then never mind. But I really like parts. Well, actually, Part 1 I have the same problem, except Jonathan Joestar is ridiculously positive. So 1 and 3 I don't like because the main character JoJo's are very one note. Part 2 is fun because Joseph Joestar is really hilarious and charming. Part 4 is okay because it's a murder mystery and it kind of has nothing to do with the canon up until that point, really. And Part 5 is fun because it's the most powerful JoJo ever. Part 6 is also great. I really, really enjoyed Part 6, at least the half of it that's out. We watched that, right? That was you and me. Yeah.
The third of it that's out.
It's a third?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Connor says Guts couldn't be further from Jotaro. Yeah, Guts definitely is not trying to be cool or anything. He's like
Is Jotaro trying to be cool?
I think so. His whole personality is I don't give a fuck.
I thought he was just being an asshole.
Yeah. I guess he just is an asshole initially, but I think the way he projects it is like an image of a cool guy, you know. But yeah, the when I was first getting into anime, I was deeper than the people around me. So like even back in 2003, I regarded a lot of the stuff that was popular as like, you know, kind of trashy, where like and I got into anime through popular shows. I got into it through stuff like Naruto and Inuyasha and shit like that. But like as the years went on and like Naruto and Bleach became the two big anime, where like most people who said they were anime fans, they just knew Naruto and Bleach. And like I like Naruto and Bleach, but nowhere near to the extent that they would be like my favorite shows, or that I thought they were like worth obsessing over, or being like, you know, the extent of your involvement with anime. So like even back then I was already disappointed with like the most popular shows being the ones that were the most popular. And then like in the late 2000s, I would say I was pretty on board for a lot of the popular stuff, but like when we got to 2012 and it really exploded with the A1 Pictures shows getting big and lots of light novel adaptations of like isekai and shit getting big, then it just became that a lot of the popular shows were so generic and so like based in cliche that like the new fans didn't recognize, because these shows were first wave anime streaming, you know, like this is a whole new audience for the medium, is getting introduced to this stuff for the first time, and they're not looking at it the way I am, as like, you know, couched in all this cliches and all this tired tropes and shit. So like, you know, I think my videos helped to change a lot of people's perceptions of those shows and get them into the more hardcore side of anime. But SAO in particular, like because of the fact that I was so distant from the more mainstream anime fan base, I didn't pay attention to what people were saying about popular shows. Like, if like Dragon Ball Kai, right? Like nobody in the anime blogging sphere was talking about Dragon Ball Kai.
My little brother loves that show, though.
Yeah, it was hugely popular. Like, you know, it was a resurrection for Dragon Ball's popularity, and like, you know, like. Obviously, it's probably the most talked about anime, but not in the circle I was in. And so that's how it was for Sword Art Online as well. When that show was coming out, nobody in the anime blogosphere was talking about it except for me. I was the one person who was like interested in it as something that, because of the fact that it was about MMOs, and I've always been big into that. I was a big .hack fan back then. I wanted to play MMOs for a long time. I was attracted to the story concept, but the only writing I ended up doing was I dropped this show after 7 episodes because it really appeals to the 14-year-old inside me, but not to the adult inside of me, you know? And so I got into My Little Pony. I became a My Little Pony YouTuber, and then I tried to transition back into talking about anime. Well, the anime fans in my audience were not deep-tier anime fans. They were casual anime fans who the only show they know is the most popular anime on TV right now, Sword Art Online. So I got asked about it constantly. So one of the earliest videos I did as an anime blogger was, all right, people keep talking about this show. I remember it being okay. My brother Victor had watched 15 episodes and dropped it, and he had gotten really upset because he liked the first arc and hated the second one, and he had dropped it.
Oh,
so
I just realized I'm forgetting about Radan.
Yeah, go kick his ass. But, so because of the fact that Victor had experience with the show, I watched it with him, and the two of us ended up hating it so much more because we were, you know, doubling up on just ripping on it the whole time. And so that led to me making my big video, which was the first thing that blew up from me, really. Like, the first thing that made me popular as an anime YouTuber was having the dissenting opinion on SAO, and I did not expect that to work at the time. I thought everyone loved this show, and I was going to be shit on for not liking it, that, like, everyone was going to be against me, but most of the comments were like, oh, thankfully, finally someone said it, you know? And that was when I realized that, you know, there is always going to be this other side of any show that's popular enough that enough people who aren't going to like it will investigate it, that those people are going to be looking for someone to explain to them why they didn't like this thing. And so, like, yeah, I would say way more often than not, the popular stuff does not appeal to me, and I am disappointed with it, and I have negative things to say about it. But my focus over time has been more and more to try and understand why those things are popular, as opposed to talking about why they suck or why I don't like them. I want to understand why the people who do like them do, so that I can, like, you know, say, hey, I might not like this show, but I understand you, and I understand why you like it. I'm not, admonishing you or something for liking a thing that I think sucks. So, yeah. I think that answers that question pretty thoroughly. And that was the last super chat we
I have a
got.
question for the chat. What are your favorite cars, or trucks, or SUVs? Favorite vehicles? Favorite vehicle YouTubers? I like Donut Media a lot. They're really fun. I also like Hoovie's Garage and The Car Wizard. Weston Champlin, Whistling Diesel, they're all great. Anyone that you guys like that I didn't mention there, or just cars you like?
I've had a number of people suggest to me the world's finest assassin gets reincarnated in another world as an aristocrat. What is the angle on this? Because I know that the show is about, the idea is like an assassin from the real world gets sent to a isekai world to assassinate the hero, because the hero is seen as a big problem.
We watched the first 2 episodes of that, didn't we?
Did we?
Yeah, I think we did.
That does not sound familiar to me.
I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, because there was like a little assassin group, and they were using skills from like the real world, and it was flashing to them in the real world while they were in a medieval world.
Because this is a new show. This just ended.
It had to have been like a year, or maybe 8 months
probably
ago.
Something very similar. I'm trying to remember which one you're talking about.
It was weird.
But this is a new assassin isekai, and it's the main character has to go assassinate the hero in another world. But like, it's been brought up to me a few times in the context of people like, hey, I noticed the type of show you've been talking about. This seems like it might be up your alley or something you might want to talk about. And I'm like just very curious, what is the angle? Because I'm sure there is something that's like very obviously unique that I'm to analyze about it. I'll check it out though. You officially crossed the threshold of enough people bringing it up that now I have to know why. This one with $5 says, ever felt disappointed by an... Oh, wait, I already read that one. Never mind. I went back before that because I was trying to figure out what shows people wanted me to watch. And that's the one I'm the most interested in now because it's been brought up the most times. Dark fantasy, it's edgy but real. It's really fun as good trash. It's a Silverlink show. Oh, their shows are usually fucking fugly as hell. The only assassin isekai I'm interested in is an anime adaptation of the Vlad Teltos books. Never heard of them. Highly recommend Sunny Boy. I have been recommended that a lot too, and people keep telling me they specifically want to hear me talk about it, so I will probably be checking that out soon. That one falls into the category of something that I can tell is going to be like ambitious, and I'm going to be very hopeful about it, and if it's at all falls short of the high standards that I will have set for myself with it, then I will be disappointed, but I'm definitely going to give it a look. It still seems pretty relevant. Seems to be really sticking in people's minds, I guess, because it keeps getting brought up. Scotty Kilmer.
I love Scotty Kilmer. I forgot to mention him. He's the best. He is so much fun. B, do you know who Scotty Kilmer is by his name? Okay.
Rev up your engine!
Yeah, that's Scotty Kilmer. Rev up your engines!
I'm nearly old enough. He had a really...
He's not... He is that old, but...
He's not as crotchety as I'm making it out, but like... I can't really do that, like, that level of strain on the vocal cords that you hear in his voice. I'm sure I'll get there. That one Lucario fan with $2 says, thoughts on Brigadoon Marin to Milan. I watched the first 5 episodes of that, and I definitely want to finish it. It is fucking weird. It's there was this period of, like, 98 to 2003 where we got the weirdest anime. Just the most bizarre original concepts that I can't really wrap my head around, like how they got approved or who thought they were a good idea. That's one of them where it's like this cute little spaz girl with ADHD, like, and her mellow friend are like hanging out, and then the girl meets a robot and like falls in love with it. It's like a robot with a handsome man face, so she's like, I love this robot, and then like they start having a relationship, but it's like about the communication breakdowns and stuff of like this fucking incredibly strange relationship. I think it's a show I will be able to understand and parse a lot better now than when I tried to watch it before. It was one of those where like I made it through a few episodes and just the tone, I couldn't figure out what it was going for. I was like, what is the message here? Like, what am I meant to get out of this? This is so weird. Very few anime feel that like mysterious to me. That falls into the category like those Thor high heel videos that are like mysterious PS1 games. Like if I were to make a mysterious anime, Kyoran Kazo Kaneki would also fall into this category. I love
that show. That's
we have
so
to finish
much fun.
that. We only watched the first like 5 or 6 episodes of it out of 26 together. But
is that in an anime alphabet or is it just?
No.
Okay.
Nobody watched that show.
Really?
Nobody
they
watched
should've.
that.
It's
so based on a
fun.
light novel series that's never been translated. I don't know where, because the anime doesn't really have an ending, unfortunately. Spoilers, it just kind of stops.
Just like Soul Eater.
Yeah, exactly. Soul Eater, which ended at episode 45.
So bad.
But
Soul Eater actually made me stop watching anime for like 3 years.
damn, just because the ending was so shit.
It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
They shouldn't have tried to end it.
I heard that Soul Eater is way cooler after the 40.
Yes.
Like, it gets
Well,
a lot better.
it's
Death the
just
Kid
that-
becomes Death, right? That sounds awesome.
I don't actually know anything about how it ends. I read the manga up till volume like 16 or so, and it's mostly just that the arc that comes right after where it diverges from the anime is the best arc of the manga. Like, the Arachnophobia arc, it's all the main characters storm Arachnia's palace, and, like, everybody gets their own cool fight, and, like, the artistry is so fucking incredible of the fight scenes in that manga. And so, like, that whole arc is insanely badass, and the anime is, like ends right before it begins, so it just kind of comes up with its own ending. Like, you're in the setup period for a new arc, and then the show ends, so it just makes no sense. And it put them in a corner where they couldn't cover any more of it, and, like, I think Soul Eater actually represents, like, the death of the way things were done back then. Like, that show ended giving original endings to shows. Thankfully. That was the sacrifice that had to be made for everyone else to finally learn their lesson. But it was because that came right after Claymore had made up its own shitty ending, and Fullmetal Alchemist had made up its own shitty ending. And then you had...
Artemis Fowl.
Yeah, so, like, all these things make up their own shitty endings. And then finally, I think Soul Eater, like, put the nail in the coffin where, like, people were not willing to accept it anymore. And Bones realized they had to change. And they made Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood.
They were like, "Oh shit, we bonesed ourselves."
My Hero Academia, which only releases in like 13 to 26 episodes a year, because that's the sane way to do a manga adaptation. And now everything's handled that way. So, yeah, Soul Eater sacrificed itself for the greater good by fucking up its own ending. But Brigadoon, I will finish that show at some point. I do want to watch that. I'm glad you reminded me, because out of all the super weird, mysterious anime, that's one of the ones that I think should resonate with me the hardest. It's like a show where, based on the first episode of the main characters, it felt like it was targeted at me specifically, but at the same time, because of the fact that it felt so targeted at me, anything I didn't understand about it was extra confusing, and therefore I had to, like, put it off and wait till I was a more grown person to be able to comprehend these things. I like the FMA 2003 ending. Well, good for you.
I thought it was good. I like both of the FMA things. I like Brotherhood's, like, the real ending much better, obviously.
Soul Eater makes perfect sense. Mako loves her mommy really hard, and that gives her the power to one-shot the big bad. So bad. That is so bad.
I thought my takeaway was like, it's the power of friendship, right?
Yeah.
That was the point.
It's the power of we need to wrap this up.
Yeah. Wrap it up. Oh, or you was.
But after the Arachnophobia arc, the next arc that it was setting up after that was where it was at when I like caught up, and I wasn't that into it, and I had heard it wasn't that good in the next arc. So that's why I never finished it, because I didn't want to be disappointed. But it ended up being 25 volumes, and they're all out in America, so it's something you could just buy for like $250 and just have it all.
All right, 4-hour mark. Go us. Look at us streaming.
This is how you spend a Saturday off. When you wanna make some money, even having fun. I'm just playing vidya.
No, you're not.
And singing a song. I am everyone at once. I am the world. Trigun anime needlessly diverged from the source material and killed off Wolfwood for no reason and pretty much only complained about the show. At least they brought him back for the movie. That is true.
I have not finished Trigun. I like it, though.
Yeah, you just spoiled Trigun, by the way. But we got to finish that. I love that show. Regardless of... That was a case where I was a huge fan of the anime, and then I tried to read the manga, and I couldn't, like, get past how fucking weird the artwork is and how difficult to interpret it is. Maybe I would enjoy that one more now, because the manga goes on way longer than the anime. It's one of those where, like, they wrapped it up at what they had at the time, and then the manga kept going for a long time. But I never really heard that it was, like, amazing, or, like, this super worthwhile journey where the anime, for being original ending, did actually work pretty well. It had a pretty strong emotional climax. So
Bobby
see,
Hill,
that one went all right.
I can see your chat. I'm just sorry to tell you, you're gonna have to super chat for an answer to that. And also, I love Eureka 7.
The wave of Ava clones in the late '90s, early 2000s. Yeah. I mean, my video, how Evangelion altered anime eternally, basically goes over that. Just the way that it created this boom of original anime. I haven't seen most of those. Like, I know Dual Parallel Adventure is, like, supposed to be, like, Ava without the autism, basically, or, like, a more straightforward version of it or something. There was, like, Gasaraki and Razafon, which I have seen, which I like. But Razafon is similar to Ava, I think, because it shares a lot of staff and, like, DNA with it. Eureka 7, like, it's certain episodes, it's like, hey, this is Ava now. Like, particularly the part when Renton goes on his little murder spree in episode, like, 21 or 2, when he finally realizes he's been killing people. Like, the way the animation is done is very Ava-inspired. But that's a very healthy case of, like, it's different enough that it's not a ripoff. The way that, like, Darling in the Franxx felt like just a straight dead ripoff of the stuff it was making reference to. You have gotten trapped inside a smaller dragon. That's incredible.
Run, bitch! Run!
I didn't even realize that the other dragons were so close by.
That's why you get so many dragon hearts
yeah,
when you
I
kill
guess
this guy.
so.
Hey.
I'm overgorged on Easter ham, and I'm just surviving listening to this stream.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't love ham all that much.
Yeah, we don't eat a lot of ham.
I
around
like
these
pork
parts.
chops, but ham is just, it kind of makes me gag. I don't know, maybe I've got to try a good ham. Whatever
go to
that may
old
be.
VA ham store in
Nah,
Norfolk.
right?
VA is literally known for ham, I guess. Trigun is an amazing show. Got to rewatch it. Been a decade, like, yeah, it's been more than a decade for me, actually. There was a brief period where Trigun was my favorite anime. Actually, it was kind of a long period because it was a period where I wasn't that into anime, and so it sat at the top of my favorites list for a couple years until I got back into anime and watched, like, Ava and Haruhi. But in the lead up to that, Trigun was just, like, the most... I think just because it's the most, like, emotional story that was out of the Adult Swim shows, you know? The most, like, complete emotional journey. My favorite post-Ava is definitely Neo-Ranga. That is definitely a crazy one. I hate the ending of Neo-Ranga, otherwise I would probably agree. Rebel Taxi is saying they're probably making a video about that show. It'd be interesting to say the least. I would not watch that. I don't want to watch a Rebel Taxi video. But yeah, it is. I would definitely do a Neo-Ranga thing, but I would probably do it after the Rebel Taxi video hopefully blew up. Like, if he got people to watch the show and be curious about it, that would set a good stage for me to then cover it. But apropos of nothing, barely anyone remembers that show. A show I need to cover is Kashurn's Sins.
You have talked to me about that show a lot.
That is a show that I have...
Why is it that you want me to watch that show? Because I know you want me to watch it.
Oh, because it's really gorgeous and badass. The art designer is the same art designer as Mushishi, and so the backgrounds are that level of, like, gorgeous. But rather than being set in forest, it's all set in Badlands. So it's just, like, really cool geography and shit like that. And awesome fights. It's very tone-driven. I think you would connect with Kashurn to some degree. I think you're the type of person that you walk around and everybody wants to fucking eat you.
Eat me? What do you mean by that?
Well, Kashurn, he's an immortal robot in a world where all the other robots are rusting. They're all dying. And so every time someone sees him, they see how, like, healthy and good he is, and they are like, oh, if we eat that guy, we'll become immortal like him. And so everywhere he goes, everyone's like, we gotta eat Kashurn. And so he just has to murder everybody everywhere he goes because they won't stop trying to eat his ass.
And so you're saying people are trying to eat me everywhere I go, and I as
think-
a result, have to murder them.
I think people look at you and they're like, "Oh, this person, I need to. This person is so perfect. I need to get whatever I can out of them while I can. You know, like
Good luck.
like I've been graced by this presence. I need to milk it for all it's worth." That's the way I think people sometimes approach you.
My presence has a price, my friend.
Exactly. Well, and you're good at rather I should say that's an important thing for anyone to recognize as you grow into adulthood. You have to know your worth. You have to know, like, hey, I could be treated better than this. You know, I could be given more money than this, considering what I have to offer. You know, and you know, in Kashurn's case, he has a lot to offer, but everybody just wants to eat him. Nobody treats him well at all. They're fucking literally trying to. Everybody always goes, Kashan mo kurose, Kashan mo kurae. Which means must kill Kashurn, must eat Kashurn.
Alright, we're getting dangerous here.
Do you want to end the stream?
I don't know.
Do you think it's time to wrap it up?
I think we might be wrapping some
Alright
things
guys,
up
we're not
here.
getting enough super chats anymore to make it worth the time investment. We just talked about how you have to know your worth. And our time is worth a little more, you know? What are we gonna do when we're not streaming? Will it
Make
be
steak.
more worth
Cook steak. That's
now I
definitely
definitely
worth
want
it.
the stream to end because I want to eat that steak, and I want to watch whatever anime I'm gonna end up writing about in the next 24 hours.
Another? Were you
We could do that if you want to watch that.
I could watch another tonight. I like another.
We could crack through all of another. Although we could also finish Eureka 7 tonight.
We could also do that, but
Although
we've
we've
got
got, like, 8
a
hours
lot of
left to
time for Eureka 7.
It's true.
I think doing a quick little stint of another might be a break.
Could be a nice little trip. I'm really kind of hoping for something I can watch at multiples of speed. That's why I like. That's my favorite thing about covering mediocre anime is I don't feel bad about speeding it up. And so like something like that Assassin show sounds really appealing to me because I know I'll be able to understand it at like 2 or 3 times speed and be able to get it done in an hour or two as opposed to 4 hours that it would take to watch a 12-episode show at normal speed. Speeding up shows.
Speeding up... hey, I mean, you can not speed up shows if you want, but
I'll
you're
be
gonna...
over here enjoying life and getting things done.
There are so many shows that you just should speed... I don't know, like Attack Number 1. You're not finishing that without speeding it up a little bit.
Not a lot of people are in the position of feeling like they need to watch a whole show to be able to talk about it. I understand why you would think, why bother watching it if because I want to talk about it. That's why. Talking about shows is way more important to me than watching shows. So that would be the reason. Now this is coming from the girl who skips episodes rated lower than 8. Ah, yes. Good.
You skip
Okay, so
episodes entirely?
that was-
That's hilarious.
That was more of a speeding up shows. That's so good.
Sugoi! Was that good? Was that a good Sugoi?
You think you'll feel disgusted with yourself? Yes, it was a good Sugoi.
Thank you.
M&M, but you won't. You won't because you are... The moment I start speeding it up is the moment I stop paying attention. Like, as soon as I can feel that it's difficult for me to understand what's happening because I can't pay attention, I speed it up. And then I can usually tell what's going on again. If I speed a show up to 4x and I still can't get involved, I just stop. I had that experience with something last night where, like, one of the newer isekai shows where I put it on... And I watched like 5 minutes, and then I kicked it up to 2 times speed, and then I made a couple more minutes, and I kicked it up to 4 times speed, and then I was like, I can't care. I can't. Like, I can tell there's some kind of appeal to this show. I haven't gotten to figure out what it is yet. I can't care. So that's a show I won't be talking about. But, you know, anything shy of that, speed it up. How I finished Outlaw Star after episode 10. It really drags on. It's funny you say that because I dropped that after like 8 episodes. I thought it was already dragging. Definitely overrated, but that's not a show you can call overrated. People are too nostalgic about it. It doesn't mean anything to anyone to point out to them that their nostalgia is faulty. All right, that's it. It's over. End the stream. Make it stop.